This is Audible.
The Diamond Sutra, the Heart Sutra, the Sutra of Hui Neng. 3 key Prajnaparamita texts from the Zen tradition. Read by Ratnadia for Dharma audiobooks. The Diamond Sutra. Translated by Y. Tao. Introduction. Thus have I heard. At one time the Lord Buddha was sojourning in the kingdom of Shravasti, staying in the Jeta Grove which Anathapindika had given to the Sangha. With him were assembled 1,250 experienced bhikshus. As the hour drew near for the morning meal, the Lord Buddha and his disciples put on their street robes and, carrying their alms bowls, went toward the city of Shravasti, begging their food from door to door. After they had returned to the Jeta Grove, they laid aside their robes, washed their feet, ate the morning meal, put away their begging bowls for another day, and then seated themselves about the Lord Buddha. The Venerable Subhuti rose from his seat in the midst of the assembly, arranged his robes so the right shoulder was bare, knelt upon his right knee, pressed the palms of his hands together, and, bowing respectfully to the Lord Buddha, said, "Tathagata, honoured of the worlds, our beloved Lord, may your mercy be upon us to take good care of us and to give us good instruction." The Lord Buddha replied to Subhuti, saying, "Indeed, I will take good care of every Bodhisattva Mahasattva and give them the best of instruction." Subhuti replied, "Honoured of the worlds, we are very glad to listen to your blessed instruction. Tell us what we shall say when good, pious men and women come to us, inquiring how they should begin the practice of seeking to attain supreme perfect enlightenment, Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. What shall we tell them? How are they to quiet their drifting minds and subdue their craving thoughts?" The Lord Buddha replied to Subhuti, saying, "You have made a good request, Subhuti. Listen carefully, and I will answer your question so that all the Sangha will understand. As good and pious men and women come to you, wishing to begin the practice of seeking to attain the highest perfect wisdom, they will simply have to follow what I am about to say to you, and very soon they will be able to subdue their discriminative thoughts and craving desires, and will be able to attain perfect tranquility of mind." Dana Paramita, the perfection of generosity, especially the giving of oneself. Then the Lord Buddha addressed the assembly. "Everyone in the world, beginning with the highest Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, should follow what I am going to teach you, for this teaching will bring deliverance to everyone, whether hatched from an egg, or formed in a womb, or evolved from spawn, or produced by metamorphosis, with or without form, possessing mental faculties or devoid of mental faculties, or both devoid and not devoid, or neither devoid or not devoid, and lead them toward perfect nirvana. Though the sentient beings thus to be delivered by me are innumerable and without limit, yet in reality there are no sentient beings to be delivered. And why, Subhuti? Because should there exist in the minds of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas such arbitrary conceptions of phenomena as the existence of one's own ego-selfness, the ego-selfness of another, selfness as divided into an infinite number of living and dying beings, or selfness as unified into one universal self existing eternally, they would be unworthy to be called Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. Moreover, Subhuti, the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, in teaching the Dharma to others, should first be free themselves from all the craving thoughts awakened by beautiful sights, pleasant sounds, sweet tastes, fragrance, soft tangibles, and seductive thoughts. In their practice of dana or giving, they should not be influenced by any of these seductive phenomena. And why? Because if in their practice of dana they are uninfluenced by such things, they will realize a blessing and merit that is inestimable and inconceivable. What think you, Subhuti? Is it possible to estimate the distance of space in the eastern heavens? No, Blessed One, it is impossible to estimate the distance of space in the eastern heavens. Subhuti, is it possible to estimate the limits of space in the northern, southern and western heavens? Or to any of the four corners of the universe, or above or below? No, honoured of the worlds. Subhuti, it is equally impossible to estimate the blessing and merit that will come to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who practices giving gifts, dana, uninfluenced by any of these arbitrary conceptions. This truth should be taught in the beginning and to everybody. The Lord Buddha continued, What think you, Subhuti? If a disciple should bestow as alms an abundance of the 7 treasures sufficient to fill the 3,000 great worlds, would he thereby acquire a considerable blessing and merit? Subhuti replied, Honoured of the worlds, such a disciple would acquire a very considerable blessing. The Lord Buddha said, Subhuti, if such a blessing and merit had any substantiality, if it was anything other than a mere expression, the Tathagata would not have used the words blessing and merit. What think you, Subhuti? Are the atoms of dust that comprise the 3,000 great universes very numerous? Very numerous indeed, Blessed Lord. Subhuti, when the Tathagata speaks of atoms of dust, it does not mean that he has in mind any definite or arbitrary conception. He merely uses the words as a figure of speech. It is just the same with the words, the great universes. They do not assert any definite or arbitrary idea. He merely uses the words as words. Subhuti, if any good and pious disciple, man or woman, for the sake of charity, has been sacrificing his or her life for generation after generation, as many as the grains of sand in the 3,000 great universes, and another disciple has been simply studying and observing even one stanza of this sutra and explaining it to others, his blessing and merit will be far greater. What think you, Subhuti? If a disciple bestowed in charity an abundance of the 7 treasures sufficient to fill the 3,000 great universes, would there accrue to that person a considerable blessing and merit? Subhuti replied, A very considerable blessing and merit. And why? Because what the Lord has referred to as blessing and merit does not refer to any objective value or quantity. He only refers to them in a relative sense. The Lord Buddha continued, If there is another disciple who, after studying and observing even a single stanza of this sutra, explains its meaning to others, his blessing and merit will be much greater. And why? Because from these explanations, Buddhas have attained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme, perfect enlightenment, and their teachings are based upon this sacred sutra. But, Subhuti, as soon as I have spoken of these Buddhas and their dharmas, I must recall the words, for there are no Buddhas and no dharmas. The Lord Buddha then continued, When a Bodhisattva Mahasattva begins the practice of attaining Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, he must give up also all clinging to arbitrary conceptions about phenomena. When engaged in thinking, he should definitely exclude all thoughts connected with the phenomena of sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, and all discriminations based upon them, keeping his thinking independent of all such arbitrary conceptions of phenomena. The mind is disturbed by these discriminations of sense concepts and the following arbitrary conceptions about them, and as the mind becomes disturbed, it falls into false imaginations as to oneself and its relation to other selves. It is for that reason that the Tathagata has constantly urged the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, in their practice of dana, not to be influenced by any arbitrary conceptions of phenomena such as sights, sounds, etc. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva should also bestow alms, uninfluenced by any preconceived thoughts as to self and other selves, and for the sole purpose of benefiting sentient beings, always remembering that both the phenomena and sentient beings are to be considered as mere expressions. Nevertheless, Subhuti, the teachings of the Tathagata are all true, credible, immutable. They are neither extravagant nor chimerical. The same is true of the attainments of the Tathagatas. They should be considered as neither realities nor as unrealities. Subhuti, if a Bodhisattva Mahasattva, in practicing dana, conceives within his mind any of these arbitrary conceptions discriminating himself from other selves, he will be like a man walking in darkness and seeing nothing. But if the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, in his practice of generosity, has no arbitrary conceptions of the attainment of the blessing and merit which he will attain by such practice, he will be like a person with good eyes, seeing all things clearly as in the bright sunshine. If in future ages there should lie any good and pious disciple, either man or woman, able to faithfully observe and study this sutra, his success and attainment of inestimable and illimitable blessing and merit will be instantly known and appreciated by the transcendental eye of the Tathagata. Shila Paramita, the perfection of virtue. Subhuti, when a disciple is moved to make objective gifts of charity, he should also practice the Shila Paramita of selfless kindness. That is, he should remember that there is no arbitrary distinction between one's own self and the selfhood of others, and therefore he should practice generosity by giving not objective gifts alone, but the selfless gifts of kindness and sympathy. If any disciple will simply practice kindness, he will soon attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme perfect enlightenment. Subhuti, by what I have just said about kindness, the Tathagata does not mean that a disciple, when making gifts, should hold in his mind any arbitrary conceptions about kindness. For kindness, after all, is only a word, and generosity should be spontaneous and selfless. The Lord Buddha continued, Subhuti, if any disciple heaped together the 7 treasures, forming an elevation as high as Mount Sumeru, and as many Mount Sumerus as there are in the 3,000 great universes, and bestowed them in charity, his merit would be less than what would accrue to the disciple that simply observed and studied this sutra, and in the kindness of his heart explained it to others. The latter disciple would accumulate greater blessing and merit in comparison of 100 to 1, yes, of 100,000 myriads to 1. Nothing can be compared with it. The Lord Buddha continued, Do not think, Subhuti, that the Tathagata would consider within himself, I will deliver human beings. That would be a degrading thought. Why? Because really there are no sentient beings to be delivered by the Tathagata. Should there be any sentient beings to be delivered by the Tathagata, it would mean that the Tathagata was cherishing within his mind arbitrary conceptions of phenomena such as one's own self, other selves, living beings, and a universal self. Even when the Tathagata refers to himself, he is not holding in his mind any such arbitrary thought. Only terrestrial human beings think of selfhood as being a personal possession. Subhuti, even the expression terrestrial beings, as used by the Tathagata, does not mean that there are any such beings. It is used only as a figure of speech. The Lord Buddha continued, Subhuti, if a disciple bestowed as alms an abundance of the 7 treasures, sufficient to fill as many worlds as there are grains of sand in the Ganges river, and if another disciple, having realized the principle of the egolessness of all things, and thereby had attained perfect selflessness, the selfless disciple would have more blessing and merit than the one who merely practiced objective generosity. And why? Because Bodhisattva Mahasattvas do not look upon their blessing and merit as a private possession. Subhuti inquired of the Lord Buddha, "What do the words Bodhisattva Mahasattvas do not look upon their blessing and merit as a private possession mean?" The Lord Buddha replied, "As those blessings and merit have never been sought in any covetous spirit by Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, so by that same spirit they do not look upon them as a private possession, but as the common possession of all animate beings." Kshanti Paramita, the perfection of patience. What do you think, Subhuti? Supposing a disciple who has attained the degree of Srotapanna, stream entrant, could he make any such arbitrary assertion as, "I have entered the stream"? Subhuti replied, "No, honoured of the worlds, because while by that measure of attainment it means that he has entered the holy stream, yet, speaking truly, he has not entered anything, nor has his mind entertained any such arbitrary conception as form, sound, taste, odour, touch, and objects of mind. It is because of that degree of attainment that he is entitled to be called a Srotapanna. What think you, Subhuti? Suppose a disciple has attained the degree of Sakradagamin, once returner. Could he make any such arbitrary assertion as, "I have attained the degree of Sakradagamin"? No, honoured of the worlds, because by the degree of Sakradagamin it is meant that he is to be reborn but once more. Yet speaking truly, there will be no rebirth either in this world or in any other world. It is because he knows this that he is to be called a Sakradagamin, a once returner. What think you, Subhuti? Suppose a disciple has attained the degree of Anagamin, never to return. Could he hold within his mind any such arbitrary conception as, "I have attained the degree of Anagamin"? No, honoured of the worlds, because by the degree of Anagamin it means that he is never to return. Yet, speaking truly, one who has attained that degree never cherishes any such arbitrary conception, and for that reason he is entitled to be called an Anagamin. What think you, Subhuti? Suppose a disciple has attained the degree of Arahat, fully enlightened. Could he entertain within his mind any such arbitrary conception as, "I have become an Arahat"? No, honoured of the worlds, because speaking truly, there is no such thing as a fully enlightened one. Should a disciple who has attained such a degree of enlightenment cherish within his mind such an arbitrary conception as, "I have become an Arahat," he would soon be grasping after such things as his own selfhood, other selves, living beings, and a universal self. O blessed Lord, you have said that I have attained the samadhi of non-assertion, and therefore have reached the climax of human attainment, and because of it am an Arahat. If I had cherished within my mind the thought, "I am an Arahat free from all desire," my Lord could not have declared that Subhuti delights himself in the practice of silence, tranquillity, and meditation. But speaking truly, I have cherished no such arbitrary thought, so my Lord could truly say, "Subhuti delights himself in the practice of silence and tranquillity." What think you, Subhuti? When the Tathagata in a previous life was with Dipankara Buddha, did I receive any definite teaching or attain any definite degree of discipline because of which I later became a Buddha? No, honoured of the worlds. When the Tathagata was a disciple of the Buddha Dipankara, speaking truly, he received no definite teaching, nor did he attain any definite excellence. What think you, Subhuti? Do the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas embellish the Buddha lands to which they go? No, honoured of the worlds. And why? Because what the Lord means by the expression embellishment of the Buddha lands is self-contradictory, for Buddha lands thus embellished could no longer be called Buddha lands. Therefore the expression embellishment of the Buddha lands is merely a figure of speech. The Lord Buddha continued, For this reason, Subhuti, the minds of all bodhisattvas should be purified of all such conceptions as relate to seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching, and discriminating. They should use the mental faculties spontaneously and naturally, but unconstrained by any preconceptions arising from the sense. Subhuti, supposing a man had a body as large as Mount Sumeru, what think you? Would his body be counted great? Exceedingly great, honoured of the worlds, because what the Lord Buddha really means by the expression the greatness of the human body is not limited by any arbitrary conception whatever, so it can rightly be called great. In what has been said in the foregoing about the third paramita of patience, the Tathagata does not hold in his mind any arbitrary conceptions of the phenomena of patience. He merely refers to it as the third paramita. And why? Because when, in a previous life, the Prince of Kalinga severed the flesh from my limbs and my body, even then I was free from any such ideas as my own self, other selves, living beings, a universal self. Because if at the time of my suffering I had cherished any of these arbitrary ideas, inevitably I would have fallen into impatience and hatred. Besides, Subhuti, I recall that during my 500 previous lives, I had used life after life to practice patience and to look upon my life humbly, as though it was some saintly being called upon to suffer humility. Even then my mind was free from any such arbitrary conceptions of phenomena as my own self, other selves, living beings, and a universal self. The Blessed One resumed, Subhuti, should there be among the faithful disciples some who have not yet matured their karma and who must first suffer the natural retribution of sins committed in some previous life by being degraded to a lower domain of existence, and should they earnestly and faithfully observe and study this sutra, and because of it be despised and persecuted by the people, their karma will immediately be matured, and they will at once attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Subhuti, I recall that long ago, numberless asankhya's of kalpas before the advent of Dipankara Buddha, without any fault having been committed by me, I served and worshipped with offerings and received spiritual instruction and discipline from 804,000 myriads of Buddhas. Yet in the far-off ages of the last kalpa of this world, if a disciple shall faithfully observe, study, and put into practice the teachings of this sutra, the blessings that he by so doing will gain will far exceed that acquired by me during those long years of service and discipline under those many Buddhas. Yes, it will exceed my poor merit in comparison as 10 myriads to 1, yes, even more, as uncounted myriads to 1. The Lord Buddha continued, Subhuti, in contrast to what I have said as to the inestimable blessing that will come to earnest disciples who observe and study and practice this sutra in that far-off last kalpa, I must tell you that probably there will be some disciples who upon hearing this sutra will become bewildered in their minds and will not believe it. Subhuti, you should remember that just as the Dharma of this sutra transcends human thought, so the effect and the final result of studying it and putting it into practice is also inscrutable. Virya Paramita, the perfection of spiritual vigor or energy. What think you, Subhuti? If there are as many Ganges rivers as there are grains of sand in the river Ganges, will these rivers be very numerous? Exceedingly numerous, my lord. Supposing there were these innumerable rivers, how immeasurable would be their grains of sand? And yet, Subhuti, if a good and pious disciple, either man or woman, should bestow as alms an amount of the 7 treasures equal to those grains of sand, would the merit that would accrue to him be a considerable blessing and merit? A very considerable merit, my lord. Subhuti, if another disciple, after studying and observing even one stanza of this sutra, should explain it to others, his blessing and merit would be greater. Moreover, Subhuti, if any disciple in any place should teach even one stanza of this sutra, that place would become sacred ground, and would be held in reverence, and would be enriched by offerings from gods, devas, and spirits, as though it was a sacred pagoda or temple. How much more sacred would the place become if a disciple studied and observed the whole of this sutra? Be assured, Subhuti, that such a disciple will succeed in the attainment of Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, and the place where this sutra is reverenced will be like an altar consecrated to the Buddha or to one of his honored disciples. The Lord Buddha continued, Subhuti, should there be any good pious disciple, man or woman, who in his zeal to practice dana is willing to sacrifice his life in the morning or at noontide or in the evening, on as many occasions as there are grains of sand in the river Ganges, even if these occasions recur for 100,000 myriad kalpas, would his blessing and merit be great? It would be great indeed, O Lord. Supposing, Subhuti, another disciple should observe and study this sutra in pure faith, his blessing and merit would be greater. And if still another disciple, besides observing and studying this sutra, should zealously explain it to others, and copy it and circulate it, his blessing and merit would lie far greater. In other words, Subhuti, this sutra is invested with a virtue and power that is inestimable, inimitable, and ineffable. The Tathagata elucidates this sutra only to those disciples who are earnestly and perseveringly seeking the perfect realization of Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi and attaining the bodhisattva stages of compassion that characterize the Mahayana. As disciples become able to zealously and faithfully observe and study this sutra, explain it to others and circulate it widely, the Tathagata will recognize and support them until they shall succeed in the attainment of its inestimable, illimitable, and wonderful virtues. Such disciples will share with the Tathagata its burden of compassion and its reward of Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. And why, Subhuti, is this promise limited to the Mahayana disciples? It is because the Hinayana disciples have not yet been able to free themselves from such arbitrary conceptions of phenomena as one's own selfhood, other personalities, living beings, and a universal self, and therefore are not yet able to faithfully and earnestly observe and study and explain this sutra to others. Listen, Subhuti. Wherever this sutra shall be observed and studied and explained, that place will become sacred ground to which countless devas and angels will bring offerings. Such places, however humble they may be, will be reverenced as though they were famous temples and pagodas, to which countless pilgrims will come to offer worship and incense. And over them the devas and angels will hover like a cloud, and will sprinkle upon them an offering of celestial flowers. Dhyana Paramita, the perfection of meditation. Then Subhuti inquired of the Lord Buddha, saying, Supposing a good, pious disciple, either man or woman, having begun the practice of attaining Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, should still find his mind disturbed, how is he to keep his mind concentrated and tranquil? How is he to wholly subdue his wandering thoughts and craving desires? The Lord Buddha replied, Subhuti, any good pious disciple who undertakes the practice of concentrating his mind in an effort to realize Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme perfect enlightenment, should cherish only one thought, namely, when I attain this highest perfect wisdom, I will deliver all sentient beings into the eternal peace of nirvana. If this purpose and vow is sincere, these sentient beings are already delivered. And yet, Subhuti, if the full truth is realized, one would know that not a single sentient being has ever been delivered. And why, Subhuti? Because if the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas have kept in mind any such arbitrary conceptions as one's own self, other selves, living beings, or a universal self, they could not be called Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. And what does this mean, Subhuti? It means that there are no sentient beings to be delivered, and there is no selfhood that can begin the practice of seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. What think you, Subhuti? When the Tathagata was with Buddha Dipankara, did he have any such arbitrary conception of the Dharma as would warrant him in seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi intuitively? No, blessed Lord. As I understand what you have said to us, when the Lord Buddha was with Buddha Dipankara, he had no such arbitrary conception of the Dharma as would warrant him in seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi intuitively. The Lord Buddha was much pleased with this and said, You are right, Subhuti. Speaking truly, there is no such arbitrary conception of the Dharma as that. If there had been, Dipankara Buddha would not have foretold that in some future life I would attain Buddhahood under the name of Shakyamuni. What does this mean, Subhuti? It means that what I attained is not something limited and arbitrary that can be called Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, but is Buddhahood, whose essence is identical with the essence of all things and is what it is, universal, inconceivable, inscrutable. Supposing, Subhuti, there should still be a disciple who asserts that the Tathagata had some ideas about the Dharma that warranted him in seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, be it understood, Subhuti, that the Tathagata truly had no ideas of the Dharma that warranted him in seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. The Lord Buddha emphasized this by saying, Subhuti, the Buddhahood to which the Tathagata attained is both the same as Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi and not the same. This is only another way of saying that the phenomena of all things is of one suchness with Buddhahood and Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, and that it is neither reality nor unreality, but abides together with all phenomena in emptiness and silence, inconceivable and inscrutable. Subhuti, that is why I say that the Dharma of all things can never be embraced within any arbitrary conception of phenomena, however universal that conception may be. That is why it is called the Dharma, and why there is no such thing as the Dharma. Subhuti, suppose I should speak of the largeness of the human body, what would you understand by it? Honored of the worlds, I should understand that the Lord Buddha was not speaking of the largeness of the human body as an arbitrary conception of its phenomenality. I should understand that the words carried only an imaginary meaning. Subhuti, it is just the same when Bodhisattva Mahasattvas speak of delivering numberless sentient beings. If they have in mind any arbitrary conception of sentient beings or of definite numbers, they are unworthy to be called Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. And why, Subhuti? Because the very reason why they are called Bodhisattva Mahasattvas is because they have abandoned all such arbitrary conceptions. And what is true of one arbitrary conception is true of all conceptions. The Tathagata's teachings are entirely free from all such arbitrary conceptions as one's own self, other selves, living beings, or a universal self. To make this teaching more emphatic, the Lord Buddha continued, "If a Bodhisattva Mahasattva was to speak like this, 'I will add embellishments to the Buddha lands,' he would be unworthy to be called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. And why? Because the Tathagata has explicitly taught that when a Bodhisattva Mahasattva uses such words, they must not hold in mind any arbitrary conception of phenomena. They are to use such expressions merely as so many words. Subhuti, it is only those disciples whose understanding can penetrate deeply enough into the meaning of the Tathagata's teachings concerning the egolessness of both things and living beings, and who can clearly understand their significance, that are worthy to be called Bodhisattva Mahasattvas." The Lord Buddha then inquired of Subhuti, saying, "What think you? Does the Tathagata possess a physical eye?" Subhuti replied, "Surely, blessed Lord, he possesses a physical eye." "Does he possess the eye of enlightenment, Subhuti?" "Certainly, the Tathagata possesses the eye of enlightenment. He would not be the Lord Buddha otherwise." "Does the Tathagata possess the eye of transcendental intelligence?" "Yes, blessed Lord, the Tathagata possesses the eye of transcendental intelligence." "Does the Tathagata possess the eye of spiritual intuition?" "Yes, blessed Lord, the Tathagata possesses the eye of spiritual intuition." "Does the Tathagata possess the eye of a Buddha's love and compassion for all sentient life, Subhuti?" Subhuti assented and said, "Blessed Lord, you love all sentient life." "What think you, Subhuti? When I referred to the grains of sand in the river Ganges, did I assert that they were truly grains of sand?" "No, blessed Lord, you only spoke of them as grains of sand." "Subhuti, if there were as many Ganges rivers as there are grains of sand in the river Ganges, and if there were as many Buddha lands as there are grains of sand in all of these innumerable rivers, would these Buddha lands be considered as very numerous?" "Very numerous indeed, O Lord." "Listen, Subhuti. Within these innumerable Buddha lands, there are every form of sentient beings, with all their various mentalities and conceptions, all of which are fully known to the Tathagata, but not one of them is held in the Tathagata's mind as an arbitrary conception of phenomena. They are merely thought of. Not one of this vast accumulation of conceptions from beginningless time through the present and into the never-ending future, not one of them is graspable." The Lord Buddha resumed, "Subhuti, if any good and pious disciple, either man or woman, were to take the 3,000 great universes and grind them into impalpable powder and blow it away into space, what think you, Subhuti? Do you think this powder would have any individual existence?" Subhuti replied, "Yes, blessed Lord, as an impalpable powder infinitely dissipated, it might be said to have a relative existence, but as the Blessed One uses the words, it has no existence. The words have only a figurative meaning. Otherwise, the words would imply a belief in the existence of matter as an independent and self-existent entity, which it is not. Moreover, when the Tathagata refers to the 3,000 great universes, he could only do so as a figure of speech. And why? Because if the 3,000 great universes really existed, their only reality would consist in their cosmic unity. Whether as impalpable powder or as great universes, what matters it? It is only in the sense of the cosmic unity of ultimate essence that the Tathagata can rightfully refer to it." The Lord Buddha was much pleased with this reply and said, "Subhuti, although terrestrial human beings have always grasped after the arbitrary conception of matter and great universes, the conception has no true basis. It is an illusion of mortal mind. Even when it is referred to as cosmic unity, it is something inscrutable. The Lord Buddha continued, "If any disciple were to say that the Tathagata in his teachings has constantly referred to himself, other selves, living beings, and universal self, what think you, Subhuti? Would that disciple have understood the meaning of what I have been teaching?" Subhuti replied, "No, blessed Lord. That disciple would not have understood the meaning of the Lord's teachings. For when the Lord has referred to them, he has never referred to their actual existence. He has only used the words as figures and symbols. It is only in that sense that they can be used, for conceptions and ideas and limited truths and dharmas have no more reality than have matter and phenomena." Then the Lord made this more emphatic by saying, "Subhuti, when disciples begin their practice of seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, they ought thus to see, to perceive, to know, to understand and to realize that all things and all dharmas are no things, and therefore they ought not to conceive within their minds any arbitrary conceptions whatever." The Lord Buddha continued, "Subhuti, if any disciple bestowed upon the Tathagatas as alms an abundance of the 7 treasures sufficient to fill the innumerable and illimitable worlds, and if another disciple, a good and pious man or woman, in his practice of seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, should earnestly and faithfully observe and study even a single stanza of this sutra and explain it to others, the accumulated blessing and merit of that latter disciple would be relatively greater." Subhuti, how is it possible to explain this sutra to others without holding in mind any arbitrary conception of things and phenomena and dharmas? It can only be done, Subhuti, by keeping the mind in perfect tranquility and in selfless oneness with the suchness, that is, Tathagatahood. And why? Because of the mind's arbitrary conceptions of matter, phenomena, and of all conditioning factors and all conceptions and ideas relating thereto are like a dream, a phantasm, a bubble, a shadow, the evanescent dew, the lightning's flash. Every true disciple should thus look upon all phenomena, upon all the activities of the mind, and keep his mind empty and selfless and tranquil. Prajna Paramita, the perfection of wisdom. What think you, Subhuti? Has the Tathagata attained anything that can be described as Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi? Supreme perfect enlightenment? Has he ever given you any such teaching? Subhuti replied, "As I understand the teaching of the Buddha, there is no such thing as Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, nor is it possible for the Tathagata to teach any fixed dharma. And why? Because the things taught by the Tathagata are in their essential nature inconceivable and inscrutable, are neither existent nor non-existent. They are neither phenomena nor noumena. What is meant by this? It means that Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are not enlightened by fixed teachings, but by an intuitive process that is spontaneous and natural." Then the Lord Buddha inquired of Subhuti, "What think you, Subhuti? Is it possible to recognize the Tathagata by the 32 marks of physical excellence?" Subhuti replied, "Yes, honored of the worlds, the Tathagata may be thus recognized." Subhuti, if that is so, then Chakravartin, the legendary king of the world, who also had the 32 marks of excellence, would be classed among the Tathagatas. Then Subhuti, realizing his error, said, "Honored of the worlds, now I realize that the Tathagata cannot be recognized merely by his 32 marks of physical excellence." The Lord Buddha then said, "Should anyone looking at an image or a likeness of the Tathagata claim to know the Tathagata and should offer worship and prayer to him, you should consider such a person a heretic who does not know the true Tathagata." What think you, Subhuti? Is it possible even to see the Tathagata in the phenomena of his physical appearance? No, honoured of the worlds, it is impossible even to see the Tathagata in the phenomena of his physical appearance. And why? Because the phenomena of his physical appearance is not the same as the essential Tathagata. You are right, Subhuti. The phenomena of the physical appearance is wholly illusion. It is not until a disciple understands this that he can realize the true Tathagata. What think you, Subhuti? Can one grasp the Tathagata's personality by its 32 marks of physical excellence? No, Blessed One. We cannot grasp the Tathagata's wonderful personality by its 32 marks of excellence. And why? Because what the Tathagata has expressed as 32 marks of physical excellence does not convey any definite or arbitrary assertions as to the qualities of a Buddha. The words are used merely as a figure of speech. The Lord said, Subhuti, if any disciple were to say that the Tathagata is now coming or now going, or is now sitting up or is now lying down, he would not have understood the principle that I have been teaching. And why? Because while the word Tathagata means he who has thus come and he who has thus gone, the true Tathagata is never coming from anywhere, nor is he going anywhere. The name Tathagata is merely a word. Again the Lord Buddha inquired of Subhuti, saying, Can the Tathagata be fully known through any manifestation in form, of either body or idea? No, honoured of the worlds, the Tathagata cannot be fully known by any manifestation in form. And why? Because the phenomena of form is inadequate to incarnate Buddhahood. It can only serve as a mere expression, a hint of that which is inconceivable. What think you, Subhuti? Can the Tathagata be fully known by any or all of his transcendental transformations? No, honoured of the worlds, the Tathagata cannot be fully known by even all of his transcendental transformations. And why? Because what the Tathagata has just referred to as transcendental transformations is merely a figure of speech. Even the highest Bodhisattva Mahasattvas are unable to fully realize even by intuition that which is essentially inscrutable. The Lord Buddha continued, Subhuti, do not think the opposite either, that when the Tathagata attained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme perfect enlightenment, it was not by means of his possession of the 32 marks of physical excellence. Do not think that. Should you think that, then when you begin the practice of seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, you would think that all systems of phenomena and all conceptions about phenomena are to be cut off and rejected. Do not think that. And why? Because when a disciple practices seeking to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, he should neither grasp after such arbitrary conceptions of phenomena nor reject them. The Lord Buddha then warned Subhuti, saying, Subhuti, do not think that the Tathagata ever considers within his own mind, I ought to enunciate a system of teaching for the elucidation of the Dharma. You should never cherish such an unworthy thought. And why? Because if any disciple should harbour such a thought, he would not only be misunderstanding the teaching of the Tathagata, but he would be slandering him as well. Moreover, what has just been referred to as a system of teaching has no meaning. As truth cannot be cut up into pieces and arranged into a system, the words can only be used as a figure of speech. Thereupon the Venerable Subhuti, because of his enlightened and transcendental intelligence, addressed the Lord Buddha, saying, Blessed Lord, in ages to come, when any sentient beings shall happen by chance to hear this sutra, will they awaken within their minds the essential elements of faith? The Lord Buddha said, Subhuti, why do you still hold within your mind such arbitrary conceptions? There are no such things as sentient beings, neither are there any non-sentient beings. And why, Subhuti? Because what you have in mind as sentient beings are unreal and non-existent. When the Tathagata has used such words in his teachings, he has merely used them as figures of speech. Your question, therefore, is irrelevant. Subhuti again inquired, Blessed Lord, when you attained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, did you feel within your mind that nothing had been acquired? The Lord Buddha replied, That is it, precisely, Subhuti. When I attained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, I did not feel, as grasped within my mind, any arbitrary conception of Dharma, not even the slightest. Even the words Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi are merely words. Moreover, Subhuti, what I have attained in Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi is the same as what all others have attained. It is something that is undifferentiated, neither to be regarded as a high state, nor is it to be regarded as a low state. It is wholly independent of any definitive or arbitrary conceptions of an individual self, other selves, living beings, or an universal self. Conclusion. Subhuti respectfully inquired of the Lord Buddha, Honoured of the worlds, in future days, if a disciple hears this teaching or a part of it, a section or a sentence, will it awaken true faith in his mind? Subhuti, do not doubt it. Even at the remote period of 500 years after the nirvana of the Tathagata, there will be those who, practicing dana, generosity, and keeping the precepts, will believe in sections and sentences of this sutra and will awaken within their minds a true, pure faith. You should know, however, that such disciples long ago have planted roots of goodness, not simply before one Buddha shrine or 2 or 5, but before the shrines of 100,000 myriad asankhya's of Buddhas, so that when they hear sentences and sections of this sutra, there will instantly awaken within their minds a pure, true faith. Subhuti, the Tathagata knows that the sentient beings who awaken faith after hearing sentences and sections of this sutra will accumulate blessing and merit that are inestimable. How do I know this? Because these sentient beings must have already discarded such arbitrary conceptions of phenomena as one's own self, other selves, living beings, and universal self. If they had not, their minds would inevitably grasp after such things, and then they would not be able to practice dana, nor keep the precepts. Moreover, these sentient beings must have also discarded all arbitrary ideas relating to the conceptions of a personal self, other personalities, living beings, and a universal self, because if they had not, their minds would inevitably grasp after such relative ideas. Further, these sentient beings must have already discarded all arbitrary ideas relating to the conception of the non-existence of a personal self, other personalities, living beings, and a universal self. If they had not, their minds would still lie grasping after such ideas. Therefore, every disciple who seeks Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi should discard not only conceptions of one's own selfhood, other selves living, and a universal selfhood, but should discard also all about such conceptions and all ideas about the non-existence of such conceptions. While the Tathagata in his teaching constantly makes use of conceptions and ideas about them, disciples should mind the unreality of all such conceptions and ideas, and should recall that the Tathagata, in making use of them in explaining the Dharma, always uses them in the resemblance of a raft that is of use only to cross a river. As the raft is of no further use after the river is crossed, it should be discarded. So these arbitrary conceptions of things and about things should be wholly given up as one attains enlightenment. How much more should be given up conceptions of non-existent things, and everything is non-existent. As Subhuti listened intently to the words of the Lord Buddha, the teaching of the sutra penetrated into the depths of his understanding, and he fully realized that it was the true path to enlightenment. The tears came to his eyes as he realized this, and he said, "O blessed Lord, I have never before realized this profound sutra. You have opened my eyes to its transcendental wisdom." Honored of the worlds, what has been taught us concerning the true significance of phenomena carries no arbitrary limited meaning. The teaching is, as you say, a raft that will carry us to the other shore. Noble Lord, when as at present I have the chance of hearing this sutra, it is not difficult for me to concentrate my mind upon it and to clearly understand its significance, and it awakens within my mind a pure faith. In future time, after 5 centuries, if there be any ready to hear it, and ready to attain enlightenment, able to concentrate their minds upon it, able to realize a clear understanding of it, able to awaken a pure faith in it, such a disciple will hereby become a wonderful and preeminent disciple. And if there is such a disciple, the reason he will be able to awaken a pure faith will be because he has ceased to cherish any arbitrary conceptions as to his own selfness, the selfhood of others, of living beings, of a universal self. Why is this so? It is because if he is cherishing any arbitrary conception as to his selfhood, he will be cherishing something that is non-existent. It is the same as to all arbitrary conceptions of other personalities, living beings, or a universal self. They are all expressions of things that are non-existent. If a disciple is able to discard all arbitrary conceptions of phenomena or about phenomena, he will immediately become a Buddha. The Lord Buddha was much pleased with this reply, saying, "True indeed. If a disciple, having heard this sutra, is not surprised, nor frightened, nor does not shrink from it, you should know that he is to be regarded as a truly wonderful disciple." Subhuti said to the Blessed One, "By what name shall this sutra be known, so that it will be understood and honored and studied?" The Lord Buddha replied, "This sutra shall be known as the Vajrachedika Pranya Paramita. By this name it shall be remembered, studied, and observed." What is meant by this name? It means that when the Lord Buddha named it Pranya Paramita, he did not have in mind any definite or arbitrary conception, and so he thus named it. It is the sutra that is hard and sharp like a diamond, that will cut away all arbitrary conceptions and bring one to the other shore of enlightenment. What think you, Subhuti? Has the Tathagata given you any definite teaching in this sutra? No, Blessed Lord. The Tathagata has not given us any definite teaching in this sutra. When the Lord Buddha had finished the teaching recorded in this sutra, the Venerable Subhuti, together with all the assembled bhikshus and bhikshuni and disciples, both men and women, and all the devas and angels, greatly rejoiced, and thereafter, sincerely believing the teaching, heartily accepted it, faithfully observed it, and zealously practiced it. The Diamond Sutra was read by Ratnadia for Dharma audio books. The Sutra of the Heart of Transcendent Knowledge, the Heart Sutra. Thus have I heard. Once the Blessed One was dwelling in Urajagriha at Vulture Peak Mountain, together with a great gathering of the Sangha of monks and a great gathering of the Sangha of bodhisattvas. At that time, the Blessed One entered the samadhi that expresses the Dharma called profound illumination, and at the same time, noble Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, while practicing the profound Pranya Paramita, saw in this way. He saw the 5 skandhas to be empty of nature. Then, through the power of the Buddha, Venerable Shariputra said to noble Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, "How should a son or daughter of noble family train who wishes to practice the profound Pranya Paramita?" Addressed in this way, noble Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, said to Venerable Shariputra, "O Shariputra, A son or daughter of noble family who wishes to practice the profound Prajnaparamita should see in this way, seeing the 5 skandhas to be empty of nature. Form is emptiness. Emptiness also is form. Emptiness is no other than form. Form is no other than emptiness. In the same way, feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness are emptiness. Thus, Shariputra, all dharmas are emptiness. There are no characteristics. There is no birth and no cessation. There is no impurity and no purity. There is no decrease and no increase. Therefore, Shariputra, in emptiness, there is no form, no feeling, no perception, no formation, no consciousness. No eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind. No appearance, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch, no dharmas. No I dhatu up to no mind dhatu. No dhatu of dharmas, no mind consciousness dhatu. No ignorance, no end of ignorance up to no old age and death. No end of old age and death. No suffering, no origin of suffering, no cessation of suffering, no path, no wisdom, no attainment, and no non-attainment. Therefore, Shariputra, since the bodhisattvas have no attainment, they abide by means of Prajnaparamita. Since there is no obscuration of mind, there is no fear. They transcend falsity and attain complete nirvana. All the Buddhas of the 3 times, by means of Prajnaparamita, fully awaken to unsurpassable, true, complete enlightenment. Therefore, the great mantra of Prajnaparamita, the mantra of great insight, the unsurpassed mantra, the unequalled mantra, the mantra that calms all suffering, should be known as truth, since there is no deception. The Prajnaparamita mantra is said in this way: Om gate gate paragate parasangate bodhiswaha. Thus Shariputra, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, should train in the profound Prajnaparamita. Then the Blessed One arose from that samadhi and praised noble Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, saying, Good, good, O son of noble family. Thus it is, O son of noble family. Thus it is. One should practice the profound Prajnaparamita just as you have taught, and all the Tathagatas will rejoice. When the Blessed One had said this, Venerable Shariputra and noble Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, that whole assembly and the world with its gods, humans, asuras and Gandharvas, rejoiced and praised the words of the Blessed One. The Heart Sutra, translated by Nalanda, was read by Ratnadya for Dharma audiobooks. The Sutra of Hui Neng, spoken by the 6th Patriarch on the high seat of the treasure of the Dharma, translated by Wong Mo Lam. Chapter 1. Autobiography. Once, when the Patriarch had arrived at Baolin Monastery, Prefect Wei of Shaozhou and other officials went there to ask him to deliver public lectures on Buddhism in the hall of Ta Fun Temple in the city of Guangzhou. In due course, there were assembled in the lecture hall Prefect Wei, government officials, and Confucian scholars, about 30 each, and bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, Taoists and laymen, to the number of about 1,000. After the Patriarch had taken his seat, the congregation in a body paid him homage and asked him to preach on the fundamental laws of Buddhism. Whereupon His Holiness delivered the following address. Learned audience, our essence of mind, literally self-nature, which is the seed or kernel of enlightenment, Bodhi, is pure by nature, and by making use of this mind alone, we can reach Buddhahood directly. Now let me tell you something about my own life, and how I came into possession of the esoteric teaching of the Dhyana, or the Zen school. My father, a native of Funyang, was dismissed from his official post and banished to be a commoner in Xinzhou in Guangdong. I was unlucky in that my father died when I was very young, leaving my mother poor and miserable. We moved to Guangzhou, Canton, and were then in very bad circumstances. I was selling firewood in the market one day when one of my customers ordered some to be brought to his shop. Upon delivery being made and payment received, I left the shop, outside of which I found a man reciting a sutra. As soon as I heard the text of this sutra, my mind at once became enlightened. Thereupon I asked the man the name of the book he was reciting, and was told that it was the Diamond Sutra, Vajrachedika, or Diamond Cutter. I further inquired whence he came and why he recited this particular sutra. He replied that he came from Dongshan Monastery in the Huangmei district of Xizhou, that the abbot in charge of this temple was Hung Ren, the fifth patriarch, that there were about 1,000 disciples under him, and that when he went there to pay homage to the patriarch, he attended lectures on this sutra. He further told me that His Holiness used to encourage the laity as well as the monks to recite this scripture, as by doing so they might realize their own essence of mind, and thereby reach Buddhahood directly. It must be due to my good karma in past lives that I heard about this, and that I was given 10 taels for the maintenance of my mother by a man who advised me to go to Huangmei to interview the fifth patriarch. After arrangements had been made for her, I left for Huangmei, which took me less than 30 days to reach. I then went to pay homage to the patriarch, and was asked where I came from and what I expected to get from him. I replied, "I am a commoner from Xinzhou of Guangdong. I have travelled far to pay you respect, and I ask for nothing but Buddhahood." "You are a native of Guangdong, a barbarian. How can you expect to be a Buddha?" asked the patriarch. I replied, "Although there are northern men and southern men, north and south make no difference to their Buddha nature. A barbarian is different from your holiness physically, but there is no difference in our Buddha nature." He was going to speak further to me, but the presence of other disciples made him stop short. He then ordered me to join the crowd to work. "May I tell your holiness," said I, "that prajna, transcendental wisdom, often arises in my mind. When one does not go astray from one's own essence of mind, one may be called the field of merits. I do not know what work your holiness would ask me to do." "This barbarian is too bright," he remarked. "Go to the stable and speak no more." I then withdrew myself to the backyard and was told by a lay brother to split firewood and to pound rice. More than 8 months after, the patriarch saw me one day and said, "I know your knowledge of Buddhism is very sound, but I have to refrain from speaking to you, lest evil doers should do you harm. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I do," I replied. "To avoid people taking notice of me, I dare not go near your hall." The patriarch one day assembled all his disciples and said to them, "The question of incessant rebirth is a momentous one. Day after day, instead of trying to free yourselves from this bitter sea of life and death, you seem to go after tainted merits only, merits which will cause rebirth. Yet merits will be of no help if your essence of mind is obscured. Go and seek for prajna, wisdom, in your own mind, and then write me a stanza, gatha, about it. He who understands what the essence of mind is will be given the robe, the insignia of the patriarchate, and the Dharma, the esoteric teaching of the Dhyana school, and I shall make him the 6th patriarch. Go away quickly. Delay not in writing the stanza, as deliberation is quite unnecessary and of no use. The man who has realized the essence of mind can speak of it at once, as soon as he is spoken to about it, and he cannot lose sight of it, even when engaged in battle. Having received this instruction, the disciples withdrew and said to one another, "It is of no use for us to concentrate our mind to write the stanza and submit it to His Holiness, since the patriarchate is bound to be won by Shun Xiu, our instructor. And if we write perfunctorily, it will only be a waste of energy." Upon hearing this, all of them made up their minds not to write, and said, "Why should we take the trouble? Hereafter, we will simply follow our instructor, Shun Xiu, wherever he goes, and look to him for guidance." Meanwhile, Shun Xiu reasoned thus with himself: "Considering that I am their teacher, none of them will take part in the competition. I wonder whether I should write a stanza and submit it to His Holiness. If I do not, how can the Patriarch know how deep or superficial my knowledge is? If my object is to get the Dharma, my motive is a pure one. If I were after the Patriarchate, then it would be bad. In that case, my mind would be that of a worldling, and my action would amount to robbing the Patriarch's holy seat. But if I do not submit the stanza, I shall never have a chance of getting the Dharma. A very difficult point to decide indeed." In front of the Patriarch's hall there were 3 corridors, the walls of which were to be painted by a court artist named Lu Jun, with pictures from the Lankavatara Sutra, depicting the transfiguration of the assembly, and with scenes showing the genealogy of the 5 patriarchs for the information and veneration of the public. When Shun Xiu had composed his stanza, he made several attempts to submit it to the patriarch, but as soon as he went near the hall, his mind was so perturbed that he sweated all over. He could not screw up courage to submit it, although in the course of 4 days he made altogether 13 attempts to do so. Then he suggested to himself, "It would be better for me to write it on the wall of the corridor and let the Patriarch see it for himself. If he approves it, I shall come out to pay homage and tell him that it is done by me. But if he disapproves of it, then I shall have wasted several years in this mountain in receiving homage from others which I by no means deserve. In that case, what progress have I made in learning Buddhism?" At 12 o'clock that night, he went secretly with a lamp to write the stanza on the wall of the south corridor, so that the Patriarch might know what spiritual insight he had attained. The stanza read, "Our body is the Bodhi tree, and our mind a mirror bright. Carefully we wipe them hour by hour, and let no dust alight." As soon as he had written it, he left at once for his room, so nobody knew what he had done. In his room he again pondered, "When the Patriarch sees my stanza tomorrow and is pleased with it, I shall be ready for the Dharma. But if he says that it is badly done, it will mean that I am unfit for the Dharma, owing to the misdeeds in previous lives which thickly becloud my mind. It is difficult to know what the Patriarch will say about it." In this vein he kept on thinking until dawn, as he could neither sleep nor sit at ease. But the Patriarch knew already that Shun Xiu had not entered the door of enlightenment, and that he had not known the essence of mind. In the morning he sent for Mr. Lu, the court artist, and went with him to the south corridor to have the walls there painted with pictures. By chance he saw the stanza. "I am sorry to have troubled you to come so far," he said to the artist. "The walls need not be painted now. As the sutra says, all forms or phenomena are transient and elusive. It will be better to leave the stanza here, so that people may study it and recite it. If they put its teaching into actual practice, they will be saved from the misery of being born in these evil realms of existence. The merit gained by one who practices it will be great indeed. He then ordered incense to be burnt, and all his disciples to pay homage to it and to recite it, so that they might realize the essence of mind. After they had recited it, all of them exclaimed, "Well done." At midnight, the patriarch sent for Shun Xiu to come to the hall and asked him whether the stanza was written by him or not. "It was, sir," replied Shun Xiu. "I dare not be so vain as to expect to get the patriarchate, but I wish your holiness would kindly tell me whether my stanza shows the least grain of wisdom." "Your stanza," replied the patriarch, "shows that you have not yet realized the essence of mind. So far, you have reached the door of enlightenment, but you have not yet entered it. To seek for supreme enlightenment with such an understanding as yours can hardly be successful. To attain supreme enlightenment, one must be able to know spontaneously one's own nature or essence of mind, which is neither created nor can it be annihilated. From kshana to kshana, thought moment to thought moment, one should be able to realize the essence of mind all the time. All things will then be free from restraint, emancipated. Once the tathata, suchness, another name for the essence of mind, is known, one will be free from delusion forever. And in all circumstances, one's mind will be in a state of thusness. Such a state of mind is absolute truth. If you can see things in such a frame of mind, you will have known the essence of mind, which is supreme enlightenment. You had better go back to think it over again for a couple of days, and then submit me another stanza. If your stanza shows that you have entered the door of enlightenment, I will transmit you the robe and the Dharma." Shun Xiu made obeisance to the patriarch and left. For several days he tried in vain to write another stanza. This upset his mind so much that he was as ill at ease as if he were in a nightmare, and he could find comfort neither in sitting nor in walking. 2 days after, it happened that a young boy who was passing by the room where I was pounding rice recited loudly the stanza written by Shun Xiu. As soon as I heard it, I knew at once that the composer of it had not yet realized the essence of mind. For although I had not been taught about it at that time, I already had a general idea of it. "What stanza is this?" I asked the boy. "You barbarian," he replied, "don't you know about it? The patriarch told his disciples that the question of incessant rebirth was a momentous one, that those who wished to inherit his robe and Dharma should write him a stanza, and that the one who had an understanding of the essence of mind would get them and be made the 6th patriarch. Elder Shun Xiu wrote this formless stanza on the wall of the south corridor, and the patriarch told us to recite it. He also said that those who put its teaching into actual practice would attain great merit and be saved from the misery of being born in the evil realms of existence." I told the boy that I wished to recite the stanza too, so that I might have an affinity with its teaching in future life. I also told him that although I had been pounding rice there for 8 months, I had never been to the hall, and that he would have to show me where the stanza was to enable me to make obeisance to it. The boy took me there, and I asked him to read it to me, as I am illiterate. A petty officer of the Jiangzhou district named Jiang Reyong, who happened to be there, read it out to me. When he had finished reading, I told him that I also had composed a stanza and asked him to write it for me. "Extraordinary indeed," he exclaimed, "that you also can compose a stanza." Don't despise a beginner, said I, if you are a seeker of supreme enlightenment. You should know that the lowest class may have the sharpest wit, while the highest may be in want of intelligence. If you slight others, you commit a very great sin. Dictate your stanza, said he. I will take it down for you, but do not forget to deliver me, should you succeed in getting the Dharma. My stanza read, There is no Bodhi tree, nor stand of a mirror bright. Since all is void, where can the dust alight? When he had written this, all disciples and others who were present were greatly surprised. Filled with admiration, they said to one another, How wonderful! No doubt we should not judge people by appearance. How can it be that for so long we have made a bodhisattva incarnate work for us? Seeing that the crowd was overwhelmed with amazement, the patriarch rubbed off the stanza with his shoe, lest jealous ones should do me injury. He expressed the opinion, which they took for granted, that the author of this stanza had also not yet realized the essence of mind. Next day, the patriarch came secretly to the room where the rice was pounded. Seeing that I was working there with a stone pestle, he said to me, A seeker of the path risks his life for the Dharma. Should he not do so? Then he asked, Is the rice ready? Ready long ago, I replied, only waiting for the sieve. He knocked the mortar thrice with his stick and left. Knowing what his message meant, in the third watch of the night I went to his room. Using the robe as a screen so that none could see us, he expounded the Diamond Sutra to me. When he came to the sentence, One should use one's mind in such a way that it will be free from any attachment, I at once became thoroughly enlightened and realized that all things in the universe are the essence of mind itself. Who would have thought, I said to the patriarch, that the essence of mind is intrinsically pure? Who would have thought that the essence of mind is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilation? Who would have thought that the essence of mind is intrinsically self-sufficient? Who would have thought that the essence of mind is intrinsically free from change? Who would have thought that all things are the manifestation of the essence of mind? Knowing that I had realized the essence of mind, the patriarch said, For him who does not know his own mind, there is no use learning Buddhism. On the other hand, if he knows his own mind and sees intuitively his own nature, he is a hero, a teacher of gods and men, Buddha. Thus, to the knowledge of no one, the Dharma was transmitted to me at midnight, and consequently I became the inheritor of the teaching of the sudden school, as well as of the robe and the begging bowl. You are now the sixth patriarch, said he. Take good care of yourself and deliver as many sentient beings as possible. Spread and preserve the teaching and don't let it come to an end. Take note of my stanza. Sentient beings who sow the seeds of enlightenment in the field of causation will reap the fruit of Buddhahood. Inanimate objects void of Buddha nature sow not and reap not. He further said, When the patriarch Bodhidharma first came to China, most Chinese had no confidence in him, and so this robe was handed down as a testimony from one patriarch to another. As to the Dharma, this is transmitted from heart to heart, and the recipient must realize it by his own efforts. From time immemorial, it has been the practice for one Buddha to pass to his successor the quintessence of the Dharma, and for one patriarch to transmit to another the esoteric teaching from heart to heart. As the robe may give cause for dispute, you are the last one to inherit it. Should you hand it down to your successor, your life would be in imminent danger. Now leave this place as quickly as you can, lest someone should do you harm." "Whither should I go?" I asked. "At Hui you stop, and at Hui you seclude yourself," he replied. Upon receiving the robe and the begging bowl in the middle of the night, I told the patriarch that, being a southerner, I did not know the mountain tracks, and that it was impossible for me to get to the mouth of the river to catch a boat. "You need not worry," said he. "I will go with you." He then accompanied me to Zhujiang, and there ordered me into a boat. As he did the rowing himself, I asked him to sit down and let me handle the oar. "It is only right for me to carry you across," he said, an allusion to the sea of birth and death which one has to go across before the shore of nirvana can be reached. To this I replied, "While I am under illusion, it is for you to get me across, but after enlightenment, I should cross it by myself. Although the term to go across is the same, it is used differently in each case. As I happen to be born on the frontier, even my speaking is incorrect in pronunciation, but in spite of this, I have had the honor to inherit the Dharma from you. Since I am now enlightened, it is only right for me to cross the sea of birth and death myself by realizing my own essence of mind." Quite so, he agreed. "Beginning from you, Buddhism, meaning the dhyana school, will become very popular. 3 years after your departure from me, I shall leave this world. You may start on your journey now. Go as fast as you can towards the south. Do not preach too soon, as Buddhism of the dhyana school is not so easily spread." After saying goodbye, I left him and walked towards the south. In about 2 months' time, I reached the Ta-Yu mountain. There I noticed several hundred men were in pursuit of me with the intention of robbing me of my robe and begging bowl. Among them there was a monk named Hui Ming, whose lay surname was Chun. He was a general of the 4th rank in lay life. His manner was rough and his temper hot. Of all the pursuers, he was the most vigilant in search of me. When he was about to overtake me, I threw the robe and begging bowl on a rock, saying, "This robe is nothing but a symbol. What is the use of taking it away by force?" I then hid myself. When he got to the rock, he tried to pick them up, but found he could not. Then he shouted out, "Lay brother, lay brother," for the patriarch had not yet formally joined the order. "I come for the Dharma, not for the robe." Whereupon I came out from my hiding place and squatted on the rock. He made obeisance and said, "Lay brother, preach to me, please." "Since the object of your coming is the Dharma," said I, "refrain from thinking of anything and keep your mind blank. I will then teach you." When he had done this for a considerable time, I said, "When you are thinking of neither good nor evil, what is at that particular moment, Venerable Sir, your real nature? Literally, original face." As soon as he heard this, he at once became enlightened. But he further asked, "Apart from those esoteric sayings and esoteric ideas handed down by the patriarch from generation to generation, are there any other esoteric teachings?" "What I can tell you is not esoteric," I replied. "If you turn your light inwardly, you will find what is esoteric within you." "In spite of my staying in Huangmei," said he, "I did not realize my self-nature. Now, thanks to your guidance, I know it as a water drinker knows how hot or how cold the water is. Lay brother, you are now my teacher." I replied, "If that is so, then you and I are fellow disciples of the 5th patriarch. Take good care of yourself." In answering his question whither he should go thereafter, I told him to stop at Yuan and to take up his abode in Meng. He paid homage and departed. Some time after, I reached Shaoxi. There the evildoers again persecuted me, and I had to take refuge in THIRD-WORLDISM, where I stayed with a party of hunters for a period as long as 15 years. Occasionally I preached to them in a way that befitted their understanding. They used to put me to watch their nets, but whenever I found living creatures therein, I set them free. At mealtimes I put vegetables in the pan in which they cooked their meat. Some of them questioned me, and I explained to them that I would eat the vegetables only after they had been cooked with the meat. One day, I bethought myself that I ought not to pass a secluded life all the time, and that it was high time for me to propagate the Dharma. Accordingly, I left there and went to the Fa Xing Temple in Canton. At that time, Bhikkhu Yin Tsang, master of the Dharma, was lecturing on the Mahaparinirvana Sutra in the temple. It happened that one day, when a pennant was blown about by the wind, 2 bhikkhus entered into a dispute as to what it was that was in motion, the wind or the pennant. As they could not settle their difference, I submitted to them that it was neither, and that what actually moved was their own mind. The whole assembly was startled by what I said, and Bhikkhu Yin Tsang invited me to take a seat of honor and questioned me about various knotty points in the sutras. Seeing that my answers were precise and accurate, and that they showed something more than book knowledge, he said to me, "Lay brother, you must be an extraordinary man. I was told long ago that the inheritor of the 5th Patriarch's robe and Dharma had come to the south. Very likely you are the man." To this I politely assented. He immediately made obeisance and asked me to show the assembly the robe and the begging bowl which I had inherited. He further asked what instructions I had when the 5th Patriarch transmitted me the Dharma. Apart from a discussion on the realization of the essence of mind, I replied, he gave me no other instruction, nor did he refer to dhyana and emancipation. Why not? He asked. Because that would mean 2 ways, I replied, and there cannot be 2 ways in Buddhism. There is one way only. He asked what was the only way. I replied, the Mahaparinirvana Sutra which you expound explains that Buddha nature is the only way. For example, in the Sutra Gao Gui Dawang, a bodhisattva asked Buddha whether or not those who commit the 4 paragika, acts of gross misconduct, or the 5 deadly sins, and those who are ichantika, heretics, etc., would eradicate their element of goodness and their Buddha nature. Buddha replied, there are 2 kinds of elements of goodness, the eternal and the non-eternal. Since Buddha nature is neither eternal nor non-eternal, therefore their element of goodness is not eradicated. Now Buddhism is known as having no 2 ways. There are good ways and evil ways. But since Buddha nature is neither, therefore Buddhism is known as having no 2 ways. From the point of view of ordinary folks, the component parts of a personality, skandhas, and factors of consciousness, dhatus, are 2 separate things. But enlightened men understand that they are not dual in nature. Buddha nature is non-duality. Bhikkhu Yin Tsang was highly pleased with my answer. Putting his 2 palms together as a sign of respect, he said, my interpretation of the sutra is as worthless as a heap of debris, while your discourse is as valuable as genuine gold. Subsequently, he conducted the ceremony of hair-cutting for me, i.e., the ceremony of initiation into the order, and asked me to accept him as my pupil. Thenceforth, under the Bodhi tree, I preached the teaching of the Dongshan school, the school of the 4th and 5th patriarchs who lived in Tangshan. Since the time when the Dharma was transmitted to me in Dongshan, I have gone through many hardships, and my life often seemed to be hanging by a thread. Today I have had the honor of meeting you in this assembly, and I must ascribe this to our good connection in previous kalpas, cyclic periods, as well as to our common accumulated merits in making offerings to various Buddhas in our past incarnations. Otherwise, we should have had no chance of hearing the above teaching of the Southern School, and thereby laying the foundation of our future success in understanding the Dharma. This teaching was handed down from the past patriarchs, and it is not a system of my own invention. Those who wish to hear the teaching should first purify their own mind, and after hearing it, they should each clear up their own doubts in the same way as the sages did in the past. At the end of the address, the assembly felt rejoiced, made obeisance, and departed. Chapter 2. On Prajna. Next day, Prefect Wei asked the Patriarch to give another address. Thereupon, having taken his seat and asked the assembly to purify their mind collectively, and to recite the Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra, he gave the following address. Learned audience, the wisdom of enlightenment is inherent in every one of us. It is because of the delusion under which our mind works that we fail to realize it ourselves, and that we have to seek the advice and the guidance of enlightened ones before we can know our own essence of mind. You should know that so far as Buddha nature is concerned, there is no difference between an enlightened man and an ignorant one. What makes the difference is that one realizes it, while the other is ignorant of it. Now let me talk to you about Mahaprajna Paramita, so that each of you can attain wisdom. Learned audience, those who recite the word prajna the whole day long do not seem to know that prajna is inherent in their own nature. But mere talking on food will not appease hunger, and this is exactly the case with these people. We might talk on shunyata, the void, for myriads of kalpas, but talking alone will not enable us to realize the essence of mind, and it serves no purpose in the end. The word Mahaprajna Paramita is Sanskrit and means great wisdom to reach the opposite shore of the sea of existence. What we have to do is to put it into practice with our mind. Whether we recite it or not does not matter. Mere reciting it without mental practice may be likened to a phantasm, a magical delusion, a flash of lightning, or a dewdrop. On the other hand, if we do both, then our mind will be in accord with what we repeat orally. Our very nature is Buddha, and apart from this nature, there is no other Buddha. What is Maha? It means great. The capacity of the mind is as great as that of space. It is infinite, neither round nor square, neither great nor small, neither green nor yellow, neither red nor white, neither above nor below, neither long nor short, neither angry nor happy, neither right nor wrong, neither good nor evil, neither first nor last. All Buddha kshetras, lands, are as void as space. Intrinsically, our transcendental nature is void, and not a single dharma can be attained. It is the same with the essence of mind, which is a state of absolute void, the voidness of non-void. Learned audience, when you hear me talk about the void, do not at once fall into the idea of vacuity, because this involves the heresy of the doctrine of annihilation. It is of the utmost importance that we should not fall into this idea, because when a man sits quietly and keeps his mind blank, he will abide in a state of voidness of indifference. Learned audience, the illimitable void of the universe is capable of holding myriads of things of various shape and form, such as the sun, the moon, stars, mountains, rivers, men, dharmas pertaining to goodness or badness, deva plains, hells, great oceans, and all the mountains of the Mahameru. Space takes in all of these, and so does the voidness of our nature. We say that the essence of mind is great because it embraces all things, since all things are within our nature. When we see the goodness or the badness of other people, we are not attracted by it, nor repelled by it, nor attached to it, so that our attitude of mind is as void as space. In this way, we say our mind is great. Therefore we call it Maha. Learned audience, what the ignorant merely talk about, wise men put into actual practice with their mind. There is also a class of foolish people who sit quietly and try to keep their mind blank. They refrain from thinking of anything and call themselves great. On account of their heretical view, we can hardly talk to them. Learned audience, you should know that the mind is very great in capacity, since it pervades the whole Dharmadhatu, the sphere of the Dharma, that is, the universe. When we use it, we can know something of everything, and when we use it to its full capacity, we shall know all in one and one in all. When our mind works without hindrance and is at liberty to come or to go, then it is in a state of prajna. Learned audience, all prajna comes from the essence of mind and not from an exterior source. Have no mistaken notion about that. This is called self-use of the true nature. Once the Tathata, suchness, the essence of mind, is known, one will be free from delusion forever. Since the scope of the mind is for great objects, we should not practice such trivial acts as sitting quietly with a blank mind. Do not talk about the void all day without practicing it in the mind. One who does this may be likened to a self-styled king who is really a commoner. Prajna can never be attained in this way, and those who behave like this are not my disciples. Learned audience, what is prajna? It means wisdom. If at all times and at all places we steadily keep our thought free from foolish desire and act wisely on all occasions, then we are practicing prajna. One foolish notion is enough to shut off prajna, while one wise thought will bring it forth again. People in ignorance or under delusion do not see it. They talk about it with their tongues, but in their mind they remain ignorant. They are always saying that they practice prajna, and they talk incessantly on vacuity, but they do not know the absolute void. The heart of wisdom is prajna, which has neither form nor characteristic. If we interpret it in this way, then indeed it is the wisdom of prajna. What is paramita? It is a Sanskrit word meaning to the opposite shore. Figuratively, it means above existence and non-existence. By clinging to sense objects, existence or non-existence arises like the up and down of the billowy sea, and such a state is called metaphorically this shore, while by non-attachment, a state above existence and non-existence, like smoothly running water, is attained, and this is called the opposite shore. This is why it is called paramita. Learned audience, people under illusion recite the Mahaprajna Paramita with their tongues, and while they are reciting it, erroneous and evil thoughts arise. But if they put it into practice unremittingly, they realize its true nature. To know this Dharma is to know the Dharma of prajna, and to practice this is to practice prajna. He who does not practice it is an ordinary man. He who directs his mind to practice it, even for one moment, is the equal of Buddha. For ordinary man is Buddha, and klesha, defilement, is bodhi, enlightenment. A foolish passing thought makes one an ordinary man, while an enlightened second thought makes one a Buddha. A passing thought that clings to sense objects is klesha, while a second thought that frees one from attachment is bodhi. Learned audience, the Mahaprajna Paramita is the most exalted, the supreme, and the foremost. It neither stays, nor goes, nor comes. By means of it, Buddhas of the present, the past, and the future generations attain Buddhahood. We should use this great wisdom to break up the 5 skandhas, for to follow such practice ensures the attainment of Buddhahood. The 3 poisonous elements, greed, hatred, and delusion, will then be turned into sila, good conduct, samadhi, and prajna. Learned audience, in this system of mine, one prajna produces 84,000 ways of wisdom, since there are that number of defilements for us to cope with. But when one is free from defilements, wisdom reveals itself and will not be separated from the essence of mind. Those who understand this Dharma will be free from idle thoughts. To be free from being infatuated by one particular thought, from clinging to desire and from falsehood, to put one's own essence of tathata into operation, to use prajna for contemplation, and to take an attitude of neither indifference nor attachment towards all things, this is what is meant by realizing one's own essence of mind for the attainment of Buddhahood. Learned audience, if you wish to penetrate the deepest mystery of the Dharmadhatu and the samadhi of prajna, you should practice prajna by reciting and studying the Vajrachedika, the Diamond Sutra, which will enable you to realize the essence of mind. You should know that the merit for studying this sutra, as distinctly set forth in the text, is immeasurable and illimitable, and cannot be enumerated in details. This sutra belongs to the highest school of Buddhism, and the Lord Buddha delivered it specially for the very wise and quick-witted. If the less wise and the slow-witted should hear about it, they would doubt its credibility. Why? For example, if it rained in Jambudvipa, the southern continent, through the miracle of the celestial Naga, cities, towns, and villages would drift about in the flood as if they were only leaves of the date tree. But should it rain in the great ocean, the level of the sea as a whole would not be affected by it. When Mahayanists hear about the Vajrachedika, their minds become enlightened. They know that prajna is immanent in their essence of mind, and that they need not rely on scriptural authority, since they can make use of their own wisdom by constant practice of contemplation. The prajna immanent in the essence of mind of everyone may be likened to the rain, the moisture of which refreshes every living thing, trees and plants as well as sentient beings. When rivers and streams reach the sea, the water carried by them merges into one body. This is another analogy. Learned audience, when rain comes in a deluge, plants which are not deep-rooted are washed away, and eventually they succumb. This is the case with the slow-witted when they hear about the teaching of the sudden school. The prajna immanent in them is exactly the same as that in the very wise man, but they fail to enlighten themselves when the Dharma is made known to them. Why? Because they are thickly veiled by erroneous views and deep-rooted defilements, in the same way as the sun may be thickly veiled by a cloud and unable to show his light until the wind blows the cloud away. Prajna does not vary with different persons. What makes the difference is whether one's mind is enlightened or deluded. He who does not know his own essence of mind and is under the delusion that Buddhahood can be attained by outward religious rites is called the slow-witted. He who knows the teaching of the Southern school and attaches no importance to rituals, and whose mind functions always under right views, so that he is absolutely free from defilements or contaminations, is said to have known his essence of mind. Learned audience, the mind should be framed in such a way that it will be independent of external or internal objects, at liberty to come or go, free from attachment, and thoroughly enlightened without the least beclouding. He who is able to do this is of the same standard required by the sutras of the Prajna school. Learned audience, all sutras and scriptures of the Mahayana and Hinayana schools, as well as the 12 sections of the canonical writings, were provided to suit the different needs and temperaments of various people. It is upon the principle that prajna is latent in every man that the doctrines expounded in these books are established. If there were no human beings, there would be no dharmas. Hence we know that all dharmas are made for men, and that all sutras owe their existence to the preachers. Since some men are wise, the so-called superior men, and some are ignorant, the so-called inferior men, the wise preach to the ignorant when the latter ask them to do so. Through this, the ignorant may attain sudden enlightenment, and their mind thereby becomes illuminated. Then they are no longer different from the wise men. Learned audience, without enlightenment there would be no difference between a Buddha and other living beings, while a gleam of enlightenment is enough to make any living being the equal of a Buddha. Since all dharmas are immanent in our mind, there is no reason why we should not realize intuitively the real nature of tathata, suchness. The Bodhisattva Sila Sutra says, "Our essence of mind is intrinsically pure, and if we knew our mind and realized what our nature is, all of us would attain Buddhahood." As the Vimalakirti Nidesa Sutra says, "At once they become enlightened and regain their own mind." Learned audience, when the fifth patriarch preached to me, I became enlightened immediately after he had spoken, and spontaneously realized the real nature of tathata. For this reason, it is my particular object to propagate the teaching of this Southern school, so that learners may find Bodhi at once and should realize their true nature by introspection of mind. Should they fail to enlighten themselves, they should ask the pious and learned Buddhists who understand the teaching of the highest school to show them the right way. It is an exalted position, the office of a pious and learned Buddhist who guides others to realize the essence of mind. Through his assistance, one may be initiated into all meritorious dharmas. The wisdom of the past, the present, and the future Buddhas, as well as the teachings of the 12 sections of the canon, are immanent in our mind. But in case we fail to enlighten ourselves, we have to seek the guidance of the pious and learned ones. On the other hand, those who enlighten themselves need no extraneous help. It is wrong to insist upon the idea that without the advice of the pious and learned we cannot obtain liberation. Why? Because it is by our innate wisdom that we enlighten ourselves, and even the extraneous help and instructions of a pious and learned friend would be of no use if we were deluded by false doctrines and erroneous views. Should we introspect our mind with real prajna, all erroneous views would be vanquished in a moment, and as soon as we know the essence of mind, we arrive immediately at the Buddha stage. Learned audience, when we use prajna for introspection, we are illumined within and without, and in a position to know our own mind. To know our mind is to obtain liberation. To obtain liberation is to attain samadhi of prajna, which is thoughtlessness. What is thoughtlessness? Thoughtlessness is to see and to know all dharmas, things, with a mind free from attachment. When in use it pervades everywhere, and yet it sticks nowhere. What we have to do is to purify our mind so that the 6 vijnanas, aspects of consciousness, in passing through the 6 gates, sense organs, will neither be defiled by nor attached to the 6 sense objects. When our mind works freely without any hindrance and is at liberty to come or to go, we attain samadhi of prajna, or liberation. Such a state is called the function of thoughtlessness. But to refrain from thinking of anything so that all thoughts are suppressed is to be dharma-ridden, and this is an erroneous view. Learned audience, those who understand the way of thoughtlessness will know everything, will have the experience all Buddhas have had, and attain Buddhahood. In the future, if an initiate of my school should make a vow in company with his fellow disciples to devote his whole life without retrogression to the practice of the teachings of this sudden school, in the same spirit as that for serving Buddha, he would reach without failure the path of holiness. To the right men he should transmit from heart to heart the instructions handed down from one patriarch to another, and no attempt should be made to conceal the orthodox teaching. To those who belong to other schools and whose views and objects are different from ours, the Dharma should not be transmitted, since it will be anything but good for them. This step is taken lest ignorant persons who cannot understand our system should make slanderous remarks about it, and thereby annihilate their seed of Buddha nature for hundreds of kalpas and thousands of incarnations. Learned audience, I have a formless stanza for you all to recite. Both laity and monks should put its teaching into practice, without which it would be useless to remember my words alone. Listen to this stanza. A master of the Buddhist canon, as well as of the teaching of the dhyana school, may be likened unto the blazing sun sitting high in his meridian tower. Such a man would teach nothing but the Dharma for realizing the essence of mind. And his object in coming to this world would be to vanquish the heretical sects. We can hardly classify the Dharmas into sudden and gradual, but some men will attain enlightenment much quicker than others. For example, this system for realizing the essence of mind is above the comprehension of the ignorant. We may explain it in 10,000 ways, but all those explanations may be traced back to one principle: to illumine our gloomy tabernacle, which is stained by defilement, we should constantly set up the light of wisdom. Erroneous views keep us in defilement, while right views remove us from it. But when we are in a position to discard both of them, we are then absolutely pure. Bodhi is immanent in our essence of mind. An attempt to look for it elsewhere is erroneous. Within our impure mind, the pure one is to be found, and once our mind is set right, we are free from the 3 kinds of beclouding: defilement, evil karma, and expiation in evil realms of existence. If we are treading the path of enlightenment, we need not be worried by stumbling blocks. Provided we keep a constant eye on our own faults, we cannot go astray from the right path. Since every species of life has its own way of salvation, they will not interfere with or be antagonistic to one another. But if we leave our own path and seek some other way of salvation, we shall not find it. And though we plod on till death overtakes us, we shall find only penitence in the end. If you wish to find the true way, right action will lead you to it directly. But if you do not strive for Buddhahood, you will grope in the dark and never find it. He who treads the path in earnest sees not the mistakes of the world. If we find fault with others, we ourselves are also in the wrong. When other people are in the wrong, we should ignore it, for it is wrong for us to find fault. By getting rid of the habit of fault-finding, we cut off a source of defilement. When neither hatred nor love disturb our mind, serenely we sleep. Those who intend to be the teachers of others should themselves be skilled in the various expedients which lead others to enlightenment. When the disciple is free from all doubts, it indicates that his essence of mind has been found. The kingdom of Buddha is in this world, within which enlightenment is to be sought. To seek enlightenment by separating from this world is as absurd as to search for a rabbit's horn. Right views are called transcendental. Erroneous views are called worldly. When all views, right or erroneous, are discarded, then the essence of Bodhi appears. This stanza is for the sudden school. It is also called the big ship of Dharma, for sailing across the ocean of existence. Kalpa after kalpa, a man may be under delusion, but once enlightened, it takes him only a moment to attain Buddhahood. Before conclusion, the patriarch added, "Now in this Ta Fan temple, I have addressed you on the teaching of the sudden school. May all sentient beings of the Dharma Dhatu instantly understand the Dharma and attain Buddhahood." After hearing what the patriarch said, the prefect Wei, government officials, Taoists and laymen were all enlightened. They made obeisance in a body and exclaimed unanimously, "Well done! Well done! Who would have expected that a Buddha was born in Guangdong?" Chapter 3. Questions and Answers. One day, Prefect Wei entertained the patriarch and asked him to preach to a big gathering. At the end of the feast, Prefect Wei asked him to mount the pulpit, to which the patriarch consented. After bowing twice reverently, in company with other officials, scholars and commoners, Prefect Wei said, "I have heard what Your Holiness preached. It is really so deep that it is beyond our mind and speech, and I have certain doubts which I hope you will clear up for me." "If you have any doubts," replied the patriarch, "please ask, and I will explain." "What you preach are the fundamental principles taught by Bodhidharma, are they not?" "Yes," replied the patriarch. "I was told," said Prefect Wei, "that at Bodhidharma's first interview with Emperor Wu of Liang, he was asked what merits the emperor would get for the work of his life in building temples, allowing new monks to be ordained. Royal consent was necessary at that time, giving alms and entertaining the order. And his reply was that these would bring no merits at all. Now I cannot understand why he gave such an answer. Will you please explain?" "These would bring no merits," replied the patriarch. "Don't doubt the words of the sage. Emperor Wu's mind was under an erroneous impression, and he did not know the orthodox teaching. Such deeds as building temples, allowing new monks to be ordained, giving alms and entertaining the order will bring you only felicities, which should not be taken for merits. Merits are to be found within the Dharmakaya, and they have nothing to do with practices for attaining felicities." The patriarch went on, "Realization of the essence of mind is gong, good desserts, and equality is de, good quality. When our mental activity works without any impediment, so that we are in a position to know constantly the true and the mysterious functioning of our own mind, we are said to have acquired gong de, merits. Within, to keep the mind in a humble mood, is gong, and without, to behave oneself according to propriety, is de. that all things are the manifestation of the essence of mind is gong, and that the quintessence of mind is free from idle thoughts is de. Not to go astray from the essence of mind is gong, and not to pollute the mind in using it is de. If you seek for merits within the Dharmakaya and do what I have just said, what you acquire will be real merits. He who works for merits does not slight others, and on all occasions he treats everybody with respect. He who is in the habit of looking down upon others has not got rid of the erroneous idea of a self, which indicates his lack of gong. Because of his egotism and his habitual contempt for all others, he knows not the real essence of mind, and this shows his lack of de. Learned audience, when our mental activity works without interruption, then it is gong. And when our mind functions in a straightforward manner, then it is de. To train our own mind is gong, and to train our own body is de. Learned audience, merits should be sought within the essence of mind, and they cannot be acquired by alms-giving, entertaining the monks, etc. We should therefore distinguish between felicities and merits. There is nothing wrong in what our patriarch said. It is Emperor Wu himself who did not know the true way. Prefect Wei then asked the next question. I notice that it is a common practice for monks and laymen to recite the name of Amitabha with the hope of being born in the pure land of the West. To clear up my doubts, will you please tell me whether it is possible for them to be born there or not? Listen to me carefully, sir, replied the patriarch, and I will explain. According to the sutra spoken by the Bhagavat in Shravasti city for leading people to the pure land of the West, it is quite clear that the pure land is not far from here, for the distance in mileage is 108,000, which really represents the 10 evils and 8 errors within us. To those of inferior mentality, certainly it is far away, but to superior men, we may say that it is quite near. Although the Dharma is uniform, men vary in their mentality. Because they differ from one another in their degree of enlightenment or ignorance, therefore some understand the Dharma quicker than others. While ignorant men recite the name of Amitabha and pray to be born in the Pure Land, the enlightened purify their mind. For, as the Buddha said, when the mind is pure, the Buddha land is simultaneously pure. Although you are a native of the East, if your mind is pure, you are sinless. On the other hand, even if you were a native of the West, an impure mind could not free you from sin. When the people of the East commit a sin, they recite the name of Amitabha and pray to be born in the West. But in the case of sinners who are natives of the West, where should they pray to be born? Ordinary men and ignorant people understand neither the essence of mind nor the Pure Land within themselves, so they wish to be born in the East or the West. But to the enlightened, everywhere is the same. As the Buddha said, no matter where they happen to be, they are always happy and comfortable. Sir, if your mind is free from evil, the West is not far from here. But difficult indeed it would be for one whose heart is impure to be born there by invoking Amitabha. Now I advise you, learned audience, first to do away with the 10 evils. Then we shall have travelled 100,000 miles. For the next step, do away with the 8 errors, and this will mean another 8,000 miles traversed. If we can realize the essence of mind at all times and behave in a straightforward manner on all occasions, in the twinkling of an eye we may reach the Pure Land, and there see Amitabha. If you only put into practice the 10 good deeds, there would be no necessity for you to be born there. On the other hand, if you do not do away with the 10 evils in your mind, which Buddha will take you there? If you understand the birthless doctrine, which puts an end to the cycle of birth and death of the sudden school, it takes you only a moment to see the West. If you do not understand, how can you reach there by reciting the name of Amitabha, as the distance is so far? Now, how would you like it if I were to shift the Pure Land to your presence this very moment, so that all of you might see it? The congregation made obeisance and replied, "If we might see the Pure Land here, there would be no necessity for us to desire to be born there. Will your Holiness kindly let us see it by having it removed here?" The Patriarch said, "Sirs, this physical body of ours is a city. Our eyes, ears, nose, and tongue are the gates. There are 5 external gates, while the internal one is ideation. The mind is the ground. The essence of mind is the king, who lives in the domain of the mind. While the essence of mind is in, the king is in, and our body and mind exist. When the essence of mind is out, there is no king, and our body and mind decay. We should work for Buddhahood within the essence of mind, and we should not look for it apart from ourselves. He who is kept in ignorance of his essence of mind is an ordinary being. He who is enlightened in his essence of mind is a Buddha. To be merciful is Avalokiteshvara, one of the 2 principal bodhisattvas of the Pure Land. To take pleasure in almsgiving is Mahastama, the other bodhisattva. Competence for a pure life is Shakyamuni, one of the titles of Gautama Buddha. Equality and straightforwardness is Amitabha. The idea of a self, or that of a being, is Mount Meru. A depraved mind is the ocean. Klesha, defilement, is the billow. Wickedness is the evil dragon. Falsehood is the devil. The wearisome sense objects are the aquatic animals. Greed and hatred are the hells. Ignorance and infatuation are the brutes. Learned audience, if you constantly perform the 10 good deeds, paradise will appear to you at once. When you get rid of the idea of a self and that of a being, Mount Meru will topple. When the mind is no longer depraved, the ocean of existence will be dried up. When you are free from klesha, billows and waves of the ocean of existence will calm down. When wickedness is alien to you, fish and evil dragons will die out. Within the domain of our mind, there is a Tathagata of enlightenment who sends forth a powerful light which illumines externally the 6 gates of sensation and purifies them. This light is strong enough to pierce through the 6 karma heavens, the heavens of desire, and when it is turned inwardly, it eliminates at once the 3 poisonous elements, purges away our sins which might lead us to the hells or other evil realms, and enlightens us thoroughly within and without, so that we are no different from those born in the Pure Land of the West. Now, if we do not train ourselves up to this standard, how can we reach the Pure Land? Having heard what the Patriarch said, the congregation knew their essence of mind very clearly. They made obeisance and exclaimed in one voice, "Well done!" They also chanted, "May all the sentient beings of this universe who have heard this sermon at once understand it intuitively." The Patriarch added, "Learned audience, those who wish to train themselves spiritually may do so at home. It is quite unnecessary for them to stay in monasteries. Those who train themselves at home may be likened unto a native of the East who is kind-hearted, while those who stay in monasteries but neglect their work differ not from a native of the West who is evil in heart. So far as the mind is pure, it is the Western pure land of one's own essence of mind. Prefect Wei asked, "How should we train ourselves at home? Will you please teach us?" The Patriarch replied, "I will give you a formless stanza. If you put its teaching into practice, you will be in the same position as those who live with me permanently. On the other hand, if you do not practice it, what progress can you make in the spiritual path, even though you cut your hair and leave home for good? Join the order." The stanza reads, "For a fair mind, observation of precepts, sila, is unnecessary. For straightforward behavior, practice in dhyana, contemplation, may be dispensed with. On the principle of gratefulness, we support our parents and serve them filially. On the principle of righteousness, the superior and the inferior stand for each other in time of need. On the principle of mutual desire to please, the senior and junior are on affectionate terms. On the principle of forbearance, we do not quarrel even in the midst of a hostile crowd. If we can persevere till fire can be obtained through rubbing a piece of wood, then the red lotus, the Buddha nature, will shoot out from the black mire, the unenlightened state. That which is of bitter taste is bound to be good medicine. That which sounds unpleasant to the ear is certainly frank advice. By amending our mistakes, we get wisdom. By defending our faults, we betray an unsound mind. In our daily life, we should always practice altruism. But Buddhahood is not to be attained by giving away money as charity. Bodhi is to be found within our own mind. And there is no necessity to look for mysticism from without. Hearers of this stanza who put its teaching into actual practice will find paradise in their very presence." The Patriarch added, "Learned audience, all of you should put into practice what is taught in this stanza, so that you can realize the essence of mind and attain Buddhahood directly. The Dharma waits for no one. I am going back to Cao Si, so the assembly may now break up. If you have any questions, you may come there to put them." At this juncture, Prefect Wei, the government officials, pious men, and devout ladies who were present were all enlightened. Faithfully they accepted the teaching and put it into practice. Chapter 4. Samadhi and Prajna. The Patriarch, on another occasion, preached to the assembly as follows: "Learned audience, in my system, Samadhi and Prajna are fundamental. But do not be under the wrong impression that these two are independent of each other, for they are inseparably united and are not two entities. Samadhi is the quintessence of Prajna, while Prajna is the activity of Samadhi. At the very moment that we attain Prajna, Samadhi is therewith, and vice versa. If you understand this principle, you understand the equilibrium of Samadhi and Prajna. A disciple should not think that there is a distinction between Samadhi begets Prajna and Prajna begets Samadhi. To hold such an opinion would imply that there are two characteristics in the Dharma. For one whose tongue is ready with good words, but whose heart is impure, Samadhi and Prajna are useless, because they do not balance each other. On the other hand, when we are good in mind as well as in words, and when our outward appearance and our inner feelings harmonize with each other, then it is a case of equilibrium, of samadhi and prajna. Argument is unnecessary for an enlightened disciple. To argue whether prajna or samadhi comes first would put one in the same position as those who are under delusion. Argument implies a desire to win, strengthens egotism, and ties us to the belief in the idea of a self, a being, a living being, and a person. Learned audience, to what are samadhi and prajna analogous? They are analogous to a lamp and its light. With the lamp, there is light. Without it, it would be darkness. The lamp is the quintessence of the light, and the light is the expression of the lamp. In name, they are two things, but in substance, they are one and the same. It is the same case with samadhi and prajna. On another occasion, the Patriarch preached to the assembly as follows. Learned audience, to practice the samadhi of specific mode is to make it a rule to be straightforward on all occasions, no matter whether we are walking, standing, sitting, or reclining. The Vimalakirti Nadesha Sutra says, straightforwardness is the holy place, the pure land. Don't let your mind be crooked and practice straightforwardness with your lips only. We should practice straightforwardness and should not attach ourselves to anything. People under delusion believe obstinately in dharma lakshana, things and form, and so they are stubborn in having their own way of interpreting the samadhi of specific mode, which they define as sitting quietly and continuously without letting any idea arise in the mind. Such an interpretation would rank us with inanimate objects and is a stumbling block to the right path, which must be kept open. Should we free our mind from attachment to all things, the path becomes clear. Otherwise, we put ourselves under restraint. If that interpretation, sitting quietly and continuously, etc., be correct, why, on one occasion, was Sariputra reprimanded by Vimalakirti for sitting quietly in the wood? Learned audience, some teachers of meditation instruct their disciples to keep a watch on their mind for tranquility, so that it will cease from activity. Hence the disciples give up all exertion of mind. Ignorant persons become insane from having too much confidence in such instruction. Such cases are not rare, and it is a great mistake to teach others to do this. On another occasion, the Patriarch addressed the assembly as follows. In Orthodox Buddhism, the distinction between the sudden school and the gradual school does not really exist. The only difference is that by nature some men are quick-witted, while others are dull in understanding. Those who are enlightened realize the truth in a sudden, while those who are under delusion have to train themselves gradually. But such a difference will disappear when we know our own mind and realize our own nature. Therefore, these terms, gradual and sudden, are more apparent than real. Learned audience, it has been the tradition of our school to take idealessness as our object, non-objectivity as our basis, and non-attachment as our fundamental principle. Idealessness means not to be carried away by any particular idea in the exercise of the mental faculty. Non-objectivity means not to be absorbed by objects when in contact with objects. Non-attachment is the characteristic of our essence of mind. All things, good or bad, beautiful or ugly, should be treated as void. Even in time of disputes and quarrels, we should treat our intimates and our enemies alike and never think of retaliation. In the exercise of our thinking faculty, let the past be dead. If we allow our thoughts, past, present, and future to link up in a series, we put ourselves under restraint. On the other hand, if we never let our mind attach to anything, we shall gain emancipation. For this reason, we take non-attachment as our fundamental principle. To free ourselves from absorption in external objects is called non-objectivity. When we are in a position to do so, the nature of Dharma will be pure. For this reason, we take non-objectivity as our basis. To keep our mind free from defilement under all circumstances is called idealessness. Our mind should stand aloof from circumstances, and on no account should we allow them to influence the function of our mind. But it is a great mistake to suppress our mind from all thinking. For even if we succeed in getting rid of all thoughts and die immediately thereafter, still we shall be reincarnated elsewhere. Mark this, treaders of the path. It is bad enough for a man to commit blunders from not knowing the meaning of the Dharma, but how much worse would it be to encourage others to follow suit? Being deluded, he sees not, and in addition he blasphemes the Buddhist canon. Therefore, we take idealessness as our object. Learned audience, let me explain more fully why we take idealessness as our object. It is because there is a type of man under delusion who boasts of the realization of the essence of mind. But being carried away by circumstances, ideas rise in his mind, followed by erroneous views, which are the source of all sorts of false notions and defilements. In the essence of mind, which is the embodiment of void, there is intrinsically nothing to be attained. To say that there is attainment, and to talk thoughtlessly on merits or demerits are erroneous views and defilements. For this reason, we take idealessness as the object of our school. Learned audience, in idealessness, what should we get rid of and what should we fix our mind on? We should get rid of the pairs of opposites and all defiling conceptions. We should fix our mind on the true nature of tathata, suchness, for tathata is the quintessence of idea, and idea is the result of the activity of tathata. It is the positive essence of tathata, not the sense organs, which gives rise to idea. Tathata bears its own attribute, and therefore it can give rise to idea. Without tathata, the sense organs and the sense objects would perish immediately. Learned audience, because it is the attribute of tathata which gives rise to idea, our sense organs, in spite of their functioning in seeing, hearing, touching, knowing, etc., need not be tainted or defiled in all circumstances, and our true nature may be self-manifested all the time. Therefore, the sutra says, "He who is an adept in the discrimination of various dharma-lakshana, things and phenomena, will be immovably installed in the first principle, i.e., the blissful abiding place of the holy, or nirvana." Chapter 5. Dhyana. The Patriarch one day preached to the assembly as follows: In our system of meditation, we neither dwell upon the mind, in contradistinction to the essence of mind, nor upon purity. Nor do we approve of non-activity. As to dwelling upon the mind is primarily delusive, and when we realize that it is only a phantasm, there is no need to dwell on it. As to dwelling upon purity, our nature is intrinsically pure. And so far as we get rid of all delusive idea, there will be nothing but purity in our nature, for it is the delusive idea that obscures tathata, suchness. If we direct our mind to dwell upon purity, we are only creating another delusion, the delusion of purity. Since delusion has no abiding place, it is delusive to dwell upon it. Purity has neither shape nor form. But some people go so far as to invent the form of purity and treat it as a problem for solution. Holding such an opinion, these people are purity-ridden, and their essence of mind is thereby obscured. Learned audience, those who train themselves for imperturbability should, in their contact with all types of men, ignore the faults of others. They should be indifferent to others' merit or demerit, good or evil, for such an attitude accords with the imperturbability of the essence of mind. Learned audience, a man unenlightened may be unperturbed physically, but as soon as he opens his mouth, he criticizes others and talks about their merits or demerits, ability or weakness, good or evil. Thus, he deviates from the right course. On the other hand, to dwell upon our own mind or upon purity is also a stumbling block in the path. The Patriarch on another occasion preached to the assembly as follows. Learned audience, what is sitting for meditation? In our school, to sit means to gain absolute freedom and to be mentally unperturbed in all outward circumstances, be they good or otherwise. To meditate means to realize inwardly the imperturbability of the essence of mind. Learned audience, what are dhyana and samadhi? Dhyana means to be free from attachment to all outer objects, and samadhi means to attain inner peace. If we are attached to outer objects, our inner mind will be perturbed. When we are free from attachment to all outer objects, the mind will be in peace. Our essence of mind is intrinsically pure, and the reason why we are perturbed is because we allow ourselves to be carried away by the circumstances we are in. He who is able to keep his mind unperturbed, irrespective of circumstances, has attained samadhi. To be free from attachment to all outer objects is dhyana, and to attain inner peace is samadhi. When we are in a position to deal with dhyana and to keep our inner mind in samadhi, then we are said to have attained dhyana and samadhi. The Bodhisattva Sila Sutra says, our essence of mind is intrinsically pure. Learned audience, let us realize this for ourselves at all times. Let us train ourselves, practice it by ourselves, and attain Buddhahood by our own effort. Chapter 6. On Repentance. Once there was a big gathering of scholars and commoners from Guangzhou, Shaozhou, and other places to wait upon the Patriarch to preach to them. Seeing this, the Patriarch mounted the pulpit and delivered the following address. In Buddhism, we should start from our essence of mind. At all times let us purify our own mind from one kshana to another, tread the path by our own efforts, realize our own Dharmakaya, realize the Buddha in our own mind, and deliver ourselves by a personal observance of silas. Then your visit will not have been in vain. Since all of you have come from afar, the fact of our meeting here shows that there is a good affinity between us. Now let us sit down in the Indian fashion, and I will give you the formless repentance. When they had sat down, the Patriarch continued. The first is the sila incense, which means that our mind is free from taints of misdeeds, evil, jealousy, avarice, anger, spoliation, and hatred. The second is the samadhi incense, which means that our mind is unperturbed in all circumstances, favorable or unfavorable. The third is the prajna incense, which means that our mind is free from all impediments, that we constantly introspect our essence of mind with wisdom, that we refrain from doing all kinds of evil deeds, that although we do all kinds of good acts, yet we do not let our mind become attached to the fruits of such actions, and that we are respectful towards our superiors, considerate to our inferiors, and sympathetic to the destitute and the poor. The fourth is the incense of liberation. This means that our mind is in such an absolutely free state that it clings to nothing and concerns itself neither with good nor evil. The fifth is the incense of knowledge obtained on the attainment of liberation. When our mind clings to neither good nor evil, we should take care not to let it dwell upon vacuity or remain in a state of inertia. Rather should we enlarge our study and broaden our knowledge so that we can know our own mind, understand thoroughly the principles of Buddhism, be congenial to others in our dealings with them, get rid of the idea of self and that of being, and realize that up to the time when we attain Bodhi, the true nature or essence of mind is always immutable. Such, then, is the incense of knowledge obtained on the attainment of liberation. This fivefold incense fumigates us from within, and we should not look for it from without. Now I will give you the formless repentance, which will expiate our sins committed in our present, past, and future lives, and purify our karmas of thought, word, and deed. Learned audience, please follow me and repeat together what I say. May we, disciples so-and-so, be always free from the taints of ignorance and delusion. We repent of all our sins and evil deeds committed under delusion or in ignorance. May they be expiated at once, and may they never arise again. May we be always free from the taints of arrogance and dishonesty, satya. We repent of all our arrogant behavior and dishonest dealings in the past. May they be expiated at once, and may they never arise again. May we be always free from the taints of envy and jealousy. We repent of all our sins and evil deeds committed in an envious or jealous spirit. May they be expiated at once, and may they never arise again. Learned audience, this is what we call formless Chan Hui, repentance. Now, what is the meaning of Chan and Hui? Kshamayati. Chan refers to the repentance of past sins. To repent of all our past sins and evil deeds committed under delusion, ignorance, arrogance, dishonesty, jealousy, or envy, etc., so as to put an end to all of them, is called Chan. Hui refers to that part of repentance concerning our future conduct. Having realized the nature of our transgression, we make a vow that hereafter we will put an end to all kinds of evil committed under delusion, ignorance, arrogance, dishonesty, jealousy, or envy, and that we shall never sin again. This is Hui. On account of ignorance and delusion, common people do not realize that in repentance they have not only to feel sorry for their past sins, but also to refrain from sinning in the future. Since they take no heed of their future conduct, they commit new sins before the past are expiated. How can we call this repentance? Learned audience, having repented of our sins, we will take the following 4 all-embracing vows. We vow to deliver an infinite number of sentient beings of our mind. We vow to get rid of the innumerable defilements in our own mind. We vow to learn the countless systems in Dharma of our essence of mind. We vow to attain the supreme Buddhahood of our essence of mind. Learned audience, all of us have now declared that we vow to deliver an infinite number of sentient beings. But what does that mean? It does not mean that I, Hui Neng, am going to deliver them. And who are these sentient beings within our mind? They are the delusive mind, the deceitful mind, the evil mind, and such like minds. All these are sentient beings. Each of them has to deliver himself by means of his own essence of mind. Then the deliverance is genuine. Now, what does it mean to deliver oneself by one's own essence of mind? It means the deliverance of the ignorant, the delusive, and the vexatious beings within our own mind by means of right views. With the aid of right views and prajna wisdom, the barriers raised by these ignorant and delusive beings may be broken down, so that each of them is in a position to deliver himself by his own efforts. Let the fallacious be delivered by rightness, the deluded by enlightenment, the ignorant by wisdom, and the malevolent by benevolence. Such is genuine deliverance. As to the vow, we vow to get rid of the innumerable evil passions in the mind, it refers to the substitution of our unreliable and elusive thinking faculty by the prajna wisdom of our essence of mind. As to the vow, we vow to learn countless systems of dharmas, it may be remarked that there will be no true learning until we have seen face to face our essence of mind, and until we conform to the orthodox Dharma on all occasions. As to the vow, we vow to attain supreme Buddhahood when we are able to bend our mind to follow the true and orthodox Dharma on all occasions, and when prajna always rises in our mind, so that we can hold aloof from enlightenment as well as from ignorance, and do away with truth as well as falsehood. Then we may consider ourselves as having realized the Buddha nature, or in other words, as having attained Buddhahood. Learned audience, we should always bear in mind that we are treading the path, for thereby strength will be added to our vows. Now, since all of us have taken these 4 all-embracing vows, let me teach you the formless threefold guidance. We take enlightenment as our guide, because it is the culmination of both punya, merit, and prajna, wisdom. We take orthodoxy, dharma, as our guide, because it is the best way to get rid of desire. We take purity as our guide, because it is the noblest quality of mankind. Hereafter, let the enlightened one be our teacher. On no account should we accept Mara, the personification of evil, or any heretic as our guide. This we should testify to ourselves by constantly appealing to the 3 gems of our essence of mind, in which, learned audience, I advise you to take refuge. They are Buddha, which stands for enlightenment, Dharma, which stands for orthodoxy, Sangha, the order, which stands for purity. To let our mind take refuge in enlightenment, so that evil and delusive notions do not arise, desire decreases, discontent is unknown, and lust and greed no longer bind. This is the culmination of punya and prajna. To let our mind take refuge in orthodoxy, so that we are always free from wrong views, for without wrong views there would be no egotism, arrogance, or craving. This is the best way to get rid of desire. To let our mind take refuge in purity, so that no matter in what circumstances it may be, it will not be contaminated by wearisome sense objects, craving, and desire. This is the noblest quality of mankind. To practice the threefold guidance in the way above mentioned means to take refuge in oneself, i.e., in one's own essence of mind. Ignorant persons take the threefold guidance day and night, but do not understand it. If they say they take refuge in Buddha, do they know where he is? Yet if they cannot see Buddha, how can they take refuge in him? Does not such an assertion amount to a lie? Learned audience, each of you should consider and examine this point for yourself, and let not your energy be misapplied. The sutra distinctly says that we should take refuge in the Buddha within ourselves. It does not suggest that we should take refuge in other Buddhas. Moreover, if we do not take refuge in the Buddha within ourselves, there is no other place for us to retreat. Having cleared up this point, let each of us take refuge in the 3 gems within our mind. Within, we should control our mind. Without, we should be respectful towards others. This is the way to take refuge within ourselves. Learned audience, since all of you have taken the 3-fold guidance, I am going to speak to you on the Trikaya, 3 bodies of the Buddha of our essence of mind, so that you can see these 3 bodies and realize clearly the essence of mind. Please listen carefully and repeat this after me. With our physical body, we take refuge in the pure Dharmakaya, essence body of Buddha. With our physical body, we take refuge in the perfect Sambhogakaya, manifestation body of Buddha. With our physical body, we take refuge in the myriad Nirmanakaya, incarnation bodies of Buddha. Learned audience, our physical body may be likened unto an inn, a temporary abode, so we cannot take refuge there. Within our essence of mind, these Trikaya of Buddha are to be found, and they are common to everybody. Because the mind of an ordinary man labours under delusions, he knows not his own inner nature, and the result is that he ignores the Trikaya within himself, erroneously believing that they are to be sought from without. Please listen, and I will show you that within yourself you will find the Trikaya, which, being the manifestation of the essence of mind, are not to be sought from without. Now, what is the pure Dharmakaya? Our essence of mind is intrinsically pure. All things are only its manifestations, and good deeds and evil deeds are only the result of good thoughts and evil thoughts respectively. Thus, within the essence of mind, all things are intrinsically pure, like the azure of the sky and the radiance of the sun and the moon, which, when obscured by passing clouds, may appear as if their brightness has been dimmed. But as soon as the clouds are blown away, brightness reappears, and all objects are fully illuminated. Learned audience, our evil habits may be likened unto the clouds, while sagacity and wisdom, prajna, are the sun and moon respectively. When we attach ourselves to outer objects, our essence of mind is clouded by wanton thoughts, which prevent our sagacity and wisdom from sending forth their light. But should we be fortunate enough to find learned and pious teachers to make known to us the orthodox Dharma, then we may, with our own efforts, do away with ignorance and delusion, so that we are enlightened both within and without, and the true nature of all things manifests itself within our essence of mind. This is what happens to those who have seen face to face the essence of mind, and this is what is called the pure Dharmakaya of Buddha. Learned audience, to take refuge in a true Buddha is to take refuge in our own essence of mind. He who does so should remove from his essence of mind the evil mind, the jealous mind, the flattering and crooked mind, egotism, deceit and falsehood, contemptuousness, snobbishness, fallacious views, arrogance, and all other evils that may arise at any time. To take refuge in ourself is to be constantly on the alert for our own mistakes and to refrain from criticism of others' merits or faults. He who is humble and meek on all occasions and is polite to everybody has thoroughly realized his essence of mind, so thoroughly that his path is free from further obstacles. This is the way to take refuge in ourself. What is the perfect Sambhogakaya? Let us take the illustration of a lamp. Even as the light of a lamp can break up darkness which has been there for 1,000 years, so a spark of wisdom can do away with ignorance which has lasted for ages. We need not bother about the past, for the past is gone and irrecoverable. What demands our attention is the future. So let our thoughts from kshana to kshana be clear and round, and let us see face to face our essence of mind. Good and evil are opposite to each other, but their quintessence cannot be dualistic. This non-dualistic nature is called the true nature, i.e., the absolute reality, which can neither be contaminated by evil nor affected by good. This is what is called the Sambhogakaya of Buddha. One single evil thought from our essence of mind will spoil the good merits accumulated in eons of time, while a good thought from that same source can expiate all our sins, though they are as many as the grains of sand in the Ganges. To realize our own essence of mind from kshana to kshana without intermission until we attain supreme enlightenment, so that we are perpetually in a state of right mindfulness, is the Sambhogakaya. Now, what is the myriad Nimanakaya? When we subject ourselves to the least discrimination of particularization, transformation takes place. Otherwise, all things remain as void as space, as they inherently are. By dwelling our mind on evil things, hell arises. By dwelling our mind on good acts, paradise appears. Dragons and snakes are the transformation of venomous hatred, while bodhisattvas are mercy personified. The upper regions are prajna crystallized, while the underworld is only another form assumed by ignorance and infatuation. Numerous, indeed, are the transformations of the essence of mind. People under delusion awake not and understand not. Always they bend their minds on evil and, as a rule, practice evil. But should they turn their minds from evil to righteousness even for a moment, prajna would instantly arise. This is what is called the Nimanakaya of the Buddha of the essence of mind. Learned audience, the Dharmakaya is intrinsically self-sufficient. To see face to face from kshana to kshana our own essence of mind is the Sambhogakaya of Buddha. To dwell our mind on the Sambhogakaya, so that wisdom or prajna arises, is the Nimanakaya. To attain enlightenment by our own efforts, and to practice by ourself the goodness inherent in our essence of mind, is a genuine case of taking refuge. Our physical body, consisting of flesh and skin, etc., is nothing more than a tenement for temporary use only, so we do not take refuge therein. But let us realize the Trikaya of our essence of mind, and we shall know the Buddha of our essence of mind. I have a formless stanza, the reciting and practicing of which will at once dispel the delusions and expiate the sins accumulated in numerous kalpas. This is the stanza. People under delusion accumulate tainted merits, but do not tread the path. They are under the impression that to accumulate merits and to tread the path are one and the same thing. Though their merits for almsgiving and offerings are infinite, they do not realize that the ultimate source of sin lies in the three poisonous elements: greed, anger, and illusion within their own mind. They expect to expiate their sins by accumulating merit without knowing that felicities obtained in future lives have nothing to do with the expiation of sins. Why not get rid of the sin within our own mind? For this is true repentance within our essence of mind. A sinner who realizes suddenly what constitutes true repentance according to the Mahayana school, and who ceases from doing evil and practices righteousness, is free from sin. A treader of the path who keeps a constant watch on his essence of mind may be classified in the same group as the various Buddhas. Our patriarchs transmitted no other system of law but this sudden one. May all followers of it see face to face their essence of mind and be at once with the Buddhas. If you are going to look for Dharmakaya, see it above Dharma Lakshana, phenomena, and then your mind will be pure. Exert yourself in order to see face to face the essence of mind and relax not, for death may come suddenly and put an abrupt end to your earthly existence. Those who understand the Mahayana teaching and are thus able to realize the essence of mind should reverently put their palms together as a sign of respect and fervently seek for the Dharmakaya. The patriarch then added, practice. Should you realize your essence of mind after reciting it, you may consider yourself to be always in my presence, though actually you are 1,000 miles away. But should you be unable to do so, then, though we are face to face, we are really 1,000 miles apart. In that case, what is the use of taking the trouble to come here from so far away? Take good care of yourselves. Goodbye. The whole assembly, after hearing what the patriarch had said, became enlightened. In a very happy mood, they accepted his teaching and put it into practice. Chapter 7. Temperament and Circumstances. Instructions given according to the disciple's temperament and to the circumstances of the case. Upon the patriarch's return to the village of Cao in Shaozhou from Huangmei, where the Dharma had been transmitted to him, he was still an unknown figure, and it was a Confucian scholar named Liu Zhi who gave him a warm welcome. Zhi happened to have an aunt named Wu Jin Chang, who was a bhikkhuni, a female member of the order, and used to recite the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. After hearing the recitation for only a short while, the patriarch grasped its profound meaning and began to explain it to her. Whereupon she picked up the book and asked him the meaning of certain words. "I am illiterate," he replied, "but if you wish to know the purport of this work, please ask." "How can you grasp the meaning of the text," she rejoined, "when you do not even know the words?" To this he replied, "The profundity of the teachings of the various Buddhas has nothing to do with the written language." This answer surprised her very much, and realizing that he was no ordinary bhikkhu, she made it widely known to the pious elders of the village. "This is a holy man," she said. "We should ask him to stay and get his permission to supply him food and lodging." Whereupon a descendant of Marquis Wu of the Wei dynasty, named Cao Ho Liang, came one evening with other villagers to tender homage to the patriarch. The historical Baolin monastery, devastated by war at the end of the Sui dynasty, was then reduced to a heap of ruins, but on the old site they rebuilt it and asked the patriarch to stay there. Before long, it became a very famous monastery. And being there for 9 months, his wicked enemies traced him and persecuted him again. Thereupon, he took refuge in a nearby hill. The villains then set fire to the wood where he was hiding, but he escaped by making his way to a rock. This rock, which has since been known as the Rock of Refuge, has thereon the knee prints of the patriarch in the squatting position, and also the impressions of the texture of his gown. Recollecting the instruction of his master, the 5th patriarch, that he should stop at Huai and seclude himself at Hui, he made these 2 districts his places of retreat. Bhikkhu Fa Hai, a native of Tsujiang of Shaozhou, in his first interview with the patriarch, asked the meaning of the well-known saying, "What mind is, Buddha is." The patriarch replied, "To let not a passing thought rise up is mind. To let not the coming thought be annihilated is Buddha. To manifest all kinds of phenomena is mind. to be free from all forms, to realize the unreality of phenomena, is Buddha. If I were to give you a full explanation, the topic could not be exhausted even if I took up the whole of one kalpa. So listen to my stanza. Prajna is what mind is. Samadhi is what Buddha is. In practicing prajna and samadhi, let each keep pace with the other. Then our thoughts will be pure. This teaching can be understood only through the habit of practice. Samadhi functions, but inherently it does not become. The orthodox teaching is to practice prajna as well as samadhi. After hearing what the patriarch had said, Fa Hai was at once enlightened. He praised the patriarch with the following stanza. What mind is, Buddha is true indeed. But I humiliate myself by not understanding it. Now I know the principal cause of prajna and samadhi, both of which I shall practice to set me free from all forms. Bhikkhu Fa Da, a native of Hongzhou, who joined the order at the early age of 7, used to recite the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, lotus of the good Dharma Sutra. When he came to pay homage to the patriarch, he failed to lower his head to the ground. For his abbreviated courtesy, the patriarch reproved him, saying, If you object to lower your head to the ground, would it not be better to do away with salutation entirely? There must be something in your mind that makes you so puffed up. Tell me what you do in your daily exercise. Recite the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, replied Fa Da. I have read the whole text 3,000 times. Had you grasped the meaning of the sutra, remarked the patriarch, you would not have assumed such a lofty bearing, even if you had read it 10,000 times. Had you grasped it, you would be treading the same path as mine. What you have accomplished has already made you conceited, and, moreover, you do not seem to realize that this is wrong. Listen to my stanza. Since the object of ceremony is to curb arrogance, why did you fail to lower your head to the ground? To believe in a self is the source of sin, but to treat all attainment as void attains merit incomparable. The patriarch then asked for his name, and upon being told that his name was Fa Da, meaning understanding the Dharma, he remarked, Your name is Fa Da, but you have not yet understood the Dharma. He concluded by uttering another stanza. Your name is Fa Da. Diligently and steadily you recite the sutra. Lip repetition of the text goes by the pronunciation only, but he whose mind is enlightened by grasping the meaning is a bodhisattva indeed. On account of pratyaya, conditions producing phenomena which may be traced to our past lives, I will explain this to you. If you only believe that Buddha speaks no words, then the lotus will blossom in your mouth. Having heard this stanza, Fa Da became remorseful and apologized to the patriarch. He added, Hereafter I will be humble and polite on all occasions. As I do not quite understand the meaning of the sutra I recite, I am doubtful as to its proper interpretation. With your profound knowledge and high wisdom, will you kindly give me a short explanation? The patriarch replied, Fa Da, the law is quite clear. It is only your mind that is not clear. The sutra is free from doubtful passages. It is only your mind that makes them doubtful. In reciting the sutra, do you know its principal object? How can I know, sir, replied Fa Da, since I am so dull and stupid. All I know is how to recite it word by word. The patriarch then said, Will you please recite the sutra, as I cannot read it myself? I will then explain its meaning to you. Fa Da recited the sutra, But when he came to the chapter entitled Parables, the patriarch stopped him, saying, "The keynote of this sutra is to set forth the aim and object of a Buddha's incarnation in this world. Though parables and illustrations are numerous in this book, none of them goes beyond this pivotal point. Now, what is that object? What is that aim?" The sutra says, "It is for a sole object, a sole aim, verily a lofty object and a lofty aim, that the Buddha appears in this world." Now that sole object, that sole aim, that lofty object, that lofty aim referred to, is the sight of Buddha knowledge. Common people attach themselves to objects without, and within they fall into the wrong idea of vacuity. When they are able to free themselves from attachment to objects when in contact with objects, and to free themselves from the fallacious view of annihilation on the doctrine of void, they will be free from delusions within and from illusions without. He who understands this, and whose mind is thus enlightened in an instant, is said to have opened his eyes for the sight of Buddha knowledge. The word Buddha is equivalent to enlightenment, which may be dealt with, as in the sutra, under 4 heads. To open the eyes for the sight of enlightenment knowledge. To show the sight of enlightenment knowledge. To awake to the sight of enlightenment knowledge. To be firmly established in the enlightenment knowledge. Should we be able, upon being taught, to grasp and understand thoroughly the teaching of enlightenment knowledge, then our inherent quality or true nature, the enlightenment knowledge, would have an opportunity to manifest itself. You should not misinterpret the text and come to the conclusion that Buddha knowledge is something special to Buddha and not common to us all because you happen to find in the sutra this passage, "To open the eyes for the sight of Buddha knowledge, to show the sight of Buddha knowledge," etc. Such a misinterpretation would amount to slandering Buddha and blaspheming the sutra. Since he is a Buddha, he is already in possession of this enlightenment knowledge, and there is no occasion for himself to open his eyes for it. You should therefore accept the interpretation that Buddha knowledge is the Buddha knowledge of your own mind and not that of any other Buddha. Being infatuated by sense objects, and thereby shutting themselves from their own light, all sentient beings, tormented by outer circumstances and inner vexations, act voluntarily as slaves to their own desires. Seeing this, our Lord Buddha had to rise from his samadhi in order to exhort them with earnest preaching of various kinds, to suppress their desires and to refrain from seeking happiness from without, so that they might become the equals of Buddha. For this reason, the sutra says, "To open the eyes for the sight of Buddha knowledge," etc. I advise people constantly to open their eyes for the Buddha knowledge within their mind. But in their perversity, they commit sins under delusion and ignorance. They are kind in words, but wicked in mind. They are greedy, malignant, jealous, crooked, flattering, egotistic, offensive to men, and destructive to inanimate objects. Thus, they open their eyes for the common people knowledge. Should they rectify their heart, so that wisdom arises perpetually, the mind would be under introspection, and evil-doing replaced by the practice of good. Then they would initiate themselves into the Buddha knowledge. You should therefore, from kshana to kshana, open your eyes, not for common people knowledge, but for Buddha knowledge, which is supermundane, while the former is worldly. On the other hand, if you stick to the arbitrary concept that mere recitation of the sutra as a daily exercise is good enough, then you are infatuated, like the yak by its own tail. Yaks are known to have a very high opinion of their own tails. Fardar then said, "If that is so, We have only to know the meaning of the sutra, and there would be no necessity for us to recite it. Is that right, sir? There is nothing wrong in the sutra, replied the patriarch, so that you should refrain from reciting it. Whether sutra reciting will enlighten you or not, or benefit you or not, all depends on yourself. He who recites the sutra with the tongue and puts its teaching into actual practice with his mind turns round the sutra. He who recites it without putting it into practice is turned round by the sutra. Listen to my stanza. When our mind is under delusion, the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra turns us round. With an enlightened mind, we turn round the sutra instead. To recite the sutra for a considerable time without knowing its principal object indicates that you are a stranger to its meaning. The correct way to recite the sutra is without holding any arbitrary belief. Otherwise it is wrong. He who is above affirmative and negative rides permanently in the white bullock cart, the vehicle of Buddha. Having heard this stanza, Fadar was enlightened and moved to tears. It is quite true, he exclaimed, that heretofore I was unable to turn round the sutra. It was rather the sutra that turned me round. He then raised another point. The sutra says, from Shravakas, disciples, up to bodhisattvas, even if they were to speculate with combined efforts, they would be unable to comprehend the Buddha knowledge. But you, sir, give me to understand that if an ordinary man realizes his own mind, he is said to have attained the Buddha knowledge. I am afraid, sir, that with the exception of those gifted with superior mental dispositions, others may doubt your remark. Furthermore, 3 kinds of carts are mentioned in the sutra, namely carts yoked with goats, that is, the vehicle of Shravakas, carts yoked with deers, the vehicle of Pratyeka Buddhas, and carts yoked with bullocks, the vehicle of bodhisattvas. How are these to be distinguished from the white bullock carts? The patriarch replied, the sutra is quite plain on this point. It is you who misunderstand it. The reason why Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas and bodhisattvas cannot comprehend the Buddha knowledge is because they speculate on it. They may combine their efforts to speculate, but the more they speculate, the farther they are from the truth. It was to ordinary men, not to other Buddhas, that Buddha Gautama preached this sutra. As for those who cannot accept the doctrine he expounded, he let them leave the assembly. You do not seem to know that since we are already riding in the white bullock cart, the vehicle of Buddhas, there is no necessity for us to go out to look for the other 3 vehicles. Moreover, the sutra tells you plainly that there is only the Buddha vehicle, and that there are no other vehicles, such as the 2nd or the 3rd. It is for the sake of this sole vehicle that Buddha had to preach to us with innumerable skillful devices, using various reasons and arguments, parables and illustrations, etc. Why can you not understand that the other 3 vehicles are makeshifts for the past only, while the sole vehicle, the Buddha vehicle, is the ultimate, meant for the present? The sutra teaches you to dispense with the makeshifts and to resort to the ultimate. Having resorted to the ultimate, you will find that even the name ultimate disappears. You should appreciate that you are the sole owner of these valuables and they are entirely subject to your disposal. When you are free from the arbitrary conception that they are the father's or the son's or that they are at so-and-so's disposal, you may be said to have learned the right way to recite the sutra. In that case, from kalpa to kalpa, the sutra will be in your hand, and from morning to night, you will be reciting the sutra all the time. Being thus awakened, Fadar praised the patriarch in a transport of great joy with the following stanza. The delusion that I have attained great merits by reciting the sutra 3,000 times over is all dispelled by an utterance of the master of Cao Shi. The Patriarch: He who has not understood the object of a Buddha's incarnation in this world is unable to suppress the wild passions accumulated in many lives. The three vehicles yoked by goat, deer, and bullock respectively are makeshifts only, while the three stages, preliminary, intermediate, and final, in which the orthodox Dharma is expounded, are well set out indeed. How few appreciate that within the burning house itself, that is mundane existence, the king of Dharma is to be found. The Patriarch then told him that henceforth he might call himself a sutra-reciting bhikkhu. After that interview, Fada was able to grasp the profound meaning of Buddhism, yet he continued to recite the sutra as before. Bhikkhu Zhtong, a native of Shoujo of Anfang, had read the Lankavatara Sutra 1,000 times, but he could not understand the meaning of Trikaya and the four pranyas. Thereupon he called on the Patriarch for an interpretation. As to the three bodies, explained the Patriarch, the pure Dharmakaya is your essential nature, the perfect Sambhogakaya is your wisdom, and myriad Nirmanakayas are your actions. If you deal with these three bodies apart from the essence of mind, there would be bodies without wisdom. If you realize that these three bodies have no positive essence of their own, because they are only the properties of the essence of mind, you attain the bodhi of the four pranyas. Listen to my stanza. The three bodies are inherent in our essence of mind, by development of which the four pranyas are manifested. Thus, without shutting your eyes and your ears to keep away from the external world, you may reach Buddhahood directly. Now that I've made this plain to you, believe it firmly, and you will be free from delusions forever. Follow not those who seek enlightenment from without. These people talk about Bodhi all the time, but they never find it. May I understand something about the four pranyas? Asked Zhtong. If you understand the three bodies, replied the Patriarch, you should understand the four pranyas as well, so your question is unnecessary. If you deal with the four pranyas apart from the three bodies, there will be pranyas without bodies, in which case they would not be pranyas. The Patriarch then uttered another stanza. The mirror-like wisdom is pure by nature. The equality wisdom frees the mind from all impediments. The all-discerning wisdom sees things intuitively without going through the process of reasoning. The all-performing wisdom has the same characteristics as the mirror-like wisdom. The first 5 vijnanas, consciousness dependent respectively upon the 5 sense organs, and the alaya vijnana, storage or universal consciousness, are transmuted to pranya in the Buddha stage, while the klista mano vijnana, soiled mind consciousness or self-consciousness, and the mano vijnana, thinking consciousness, are transmuted in the bodhisattva stage. These so-called transmutations of vijnana are only changes of appellations and not a change of substance. When you are able to free yourself entirely from attachment to sense objects at the time these so-called transmutations take place, you will forever abide in the repeatedly arising naga or dragon samadhi. Upon hearing this, Zhtong realized suddenly the prajna of his essence of mind and submitted the following stanza to the Patriarch. Intrinsically, the 3 bodies are within our essence of mind. When our mind is enlightened, the 4 pranyas will appear therein. When bodies and pranyas absolutely identify with each other, we shall be able to respond in accordance with their temperaments and dispositions to the appeals of all beings, no matter what forms they may assume. To start by seeking for Trikaya and the 4 pranyas is to take an entirely wrong course, For being inherent in us, they are to be realized and not to be sought. To try to grasp or confine them is to go against their intrinsic nature. Through you, sir, I am now able to grasp the profundity of their meaning, and henceforth I may discard forever their false and arbitrary names. Note, having grasped the spirit of a doctrine, one may dispense with the names used therein, since all names are makeshifts only. Bhikkhu Zhe Chang, a native of Guisi of Xinzhou, joined the order in his childhood and was very zealous in his efforts to realize the essence of mind. One day, he came to pay homage to the patriarch and was asked by the latter whence and why he came. "I have recently been to the White Cliff Mountain in Hongzhou," replied he, "to interview the master Da Tong, who was good enough to teach me how to realize the essence of mind and thereby attain Buddhahood. But as I still have some doubts, I have travelled far to pay you respect. Will you kindly clear them up for me, sir?" "What instruction did he give you?" asked the patriarch. "After staying there for 3 months without being given any instruction and being zealous for the Dharma, I went alone to his chamber one night and asked him what was my essence of mind. 'Do you see the illimitable void?' he asked. 'Yes, I do,' I replied. Then he asked me whether the void had any particular form, and when I said that the void is formless and therefore cannot have any particular form, he said, 'Your essence of mind is exactly like the void. To realize that nothing can be seen is right view. To realize that nothing is knowable is true knowledge. To realize that it is neither green nor yellow, neither long nor short, that it is pure by nature, that its quintessence is perfect and clear, is to realize the essence of mind and thereby attain Buddhahood, which is also called the Buddha knowledge. As I do not quite understand his teaching, will you please enlighten me, sir?' 'His teaching indicates,' said the patriarch, 'that he still retains the arbitrary concepts of views and knowledge, and this explains why he fails to make it clear to you. Listen to my stanza. To realize that nothing can be seen but to retain the concept of invisibility is like the surface of the sun obscured by passing clouds. To realize that nothing is knowable, but to retain the concept of unknowability may be likened to a clear sky disfigured by a lightning flash. To let these arbitrary concepts rise spontaneously in your mind indicates that you have misidentified the essence of mind, and that you have not yet found the skillful means to realize it. If you realize for one moment that these arbitrary concepts are wrong, your own spiritual light will shine forth permanently." Having heard this, Zhe Chang at once felt that his mind was enlightened. Thereupon, he submitted the following stanza to the patriarch. "To allow the concepts of invisibility and unknowability to rise in the mind is to seek Bodhi without freeing oneself from the concepts of phenomena. He who is puffed up by the slightest impression, 'I am now enlightened,' is no better than he was when under delusion. Had I not put myself at the feet of the patriarch, I should have been bewildered without knowing the right way to go." One day, Zhe Chang asked the patriarch, "Buddha preached the doctrine of 3 vehicles, and also that of a supreme vehicle. As I do not understand this, will you please explain?" The patriarch replied, "In trying to understand these, you should introspect your own mind and act independently of outward dharma-lakshana, things and phenomena. The distinction of these 4 vehicles does not exist in the Dharma itself, but in the differentiation of people's minds. To see, to hear, and to recite the sutra is the small vehicle. To know the Dharma and to understand its meaning is the middle vehicle. To put the Dharma into actual practice is the great vehicle. To understand thoroughly all Dharmas, to have absorbed them completely, to be free from all attachments, to be above Dharma Lakshana, and to be in possession of nothing, is the supreme vehicle. Since the word yana, vehicle, implies motion, i.e., putting into practice, argument on this point is quite unnecessary. All depends on self-practice, so you need not ask me any more. But I may remind you that at all times the essence of mind is in a state of thusness. Zhe Chang made obeisance and thanked the patriarch. Henceforth he acted as his attendant until the death of the master. Bhikkhu Zhe Dao, a native of Nanhai of Guangdong, came to the patriarch for instruction, saying, "Since I joined the order, I have read the Mahaparinirvana Sutra for more than 10 years, but I have not yet grasped its main idea. Will you please teach me?" "Which part of it do you not understand?" asked the patriarch. "It is about this part, sir, that I am doubtful. All things are impermanent, and so they belong to the Dharma of becoming and cessation, Samskrita Dharma. When both becoming and cessation cease to operate, the bliss of perfect rest and cessation of changes, nirvana, arises." "What makes you doubt?" asked the patriarch. "All beings have two bodies, the physical body and the Dharmakaya," replied Zhe Dao. "The former is impermanent, it exists and dies. The latter is permanent, it knows not and feels not. Now the sutra says, when both becoming and cessation cease to operate, the bliss of perfect rest and cessation of changes arises. I do not know which body ceases to exist and which body enjoys the bliss. It cannot be the physical body that enjoys, because when it dies, the 4 Mahabhutas, material elements, i.e., earth, water, fire and air, will disintegrate, and disintegration is pure suffering, the very opposite of bliss. If it is the Dharmakaya that ceases to exist, it would be in the same state as inanimate objects such as grass, trees, stones, etc. Who will then be the enjoyer? Moreover, Dharma nature is the quintessence of becoming and cessation, which manifests as the 5 skandhas, Rupa, Vedana, Samnya, Samskara, and Vijnana. That is to say, with one quintessence, there are 5 functions. The process of becoming and cessation is everlasting. When function or operation arises from the quintessence, it becomes. When the operation or function is absorbed back into the quintessence, it ceases to exist. If reincarnation is admitted, there would be no cessation of changes, as in the case of sentient beings. If reincarnation is out of the question, then things will remain forever in a state of lifeless quintessence, like inanimate objects. If this is so, then under the limitations and restrictions of nirvana, even existence will be impossible to all beings. What enjoyment could there be? "You are a son of Jinnah, a son of Buddha or a bhikkhu," said the patriarch. "So why do you adopt the fallacious views of eternalism and annihilationism held by the heretics, and criticize the teaching of the Supreme Vehicle? Your argument implies that apart from the physical body, there is a Dharma body, Dharmakaya, and that perfect rest and cessation of changes may be sought apart from becoming and cessation. Further, from the statement, Nirvana is everlasting joy, you infer that there must be somebody to play the part of the enjoyer. Now it is exactly these fallacious views that make people crave for sensate existence and indulge in worldly pleasure. It is for these people, the victims of ignorance, who identify the union of 5 skandhas as the self and regard all other things as not self, literally outer sense objects, who crave for individual existence and have an aversion to death, who drift about in the whirlpool of life and death without realizing the hollowness of mundane existence, which is only a dream or an illusion, who commit themselves to unnecessary suffering by binding themselves to the wheel of rebirth, who mistake the state of everlasting joy of nirvana for a mode of suffering, and who are always after sensual pleasure. It is for these people that the compassionate Buddha preached the real bliss of nirvana. At any one moment, nirvana has neither the phenomenon of becoming nor that of cessation, nor even the ceasing of operation of becoming and cessation. It is the manifestation of perfect rest and cessation of changes, but at the time of manifestation there is not even a concept of manifestation. So it is called the everlasting joy, which has neither enjoyer nor non-enjoyer. There is no such thing as 1 quintessence and 5 functions, as you allege, and you are slandering Buddha and blaspheming the law when you state that under such limitation and restriction of nirvana, existence is impossible to all beings. Listen to my stanza. The supreme Mahaparinirvana is perfect, permanent, calm, and illuminating. Common people and ignorant ones miscall it death, while heretics hold arbitrarily that it is annihilation. Those who belong to the Shravaka vehicle or the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle regard it as non-action. All these are mere intellectual speculations and form the basis of the 62 fallacious views. Since they are mere fictitious names invented for the occasion, they have nothing to do with the absolute truth. Only those of supereminent mind can understand thoroughly what nirvana is, and take up the attitude of neither attachment nor indifference towards it. They know that 5 skandhas and the so-called ego arising from the union of these skandhas, together with all external objects and forms, and the various phenomena of sound and voice, are equally unreal, like a dream or an illusion. They make no discrimination between a sage and an ordinary man, nor do they have any arbitrary concept of nirvana. They are above affirmation and negation, and they break the barrier of the past, the present, and the future. They use their sense organs when occasion requires, but the concept of using does not arise. They may particularize on all sorts of things, but the concept of particularization does not arise. Even during the cataclysmic fire at the end of a kalpa, when ocean beds are burnt dry, or during the blowing of the catastrophic wind, when one mountain topples on another, the real and everlasting bliss of perfect rest and cessation of changes of nirvana remains in the same state and changes not. Here I am trying to describe to you something which is ineffable, so that you may get rid of your fallacious views. But if you do not interpret my words literally, you may perhaps learn a wee bit of the meaning of nirvana. Having heard this stanza, Zhe Dao was highly enlightened. In a rapturous mood, he made obeisance and departed. Bhikkhu Sing Hsieh, a dhyana master, was born at Anchung of Zhezhou, of a Liu family. Upon hearing that the preaching of the patriarch had enlightened a great number of people, he at once came to Cao Si to tender him homage and ask him this question. What should a learner direct his mind to, so that his attainment cannot be rated by the usual stages of progress? What work have you been doing? Asked the patriarch. Even the noble truths taught by various Buddhas I have not anything to do with, replied Sing Sue. What stages of progress are you in? Asked the patriarch. What stages of progress can there be when I refuse to have anything to do with even the noble truths? He retorted. His repartee commanded the great respect of the patriarch, who made him leader of the assembly. One day, the patriarch told him that he should propagate the Dharma in his own district, so that the teaching might not come to an end. Thereupon, he returned to Chung Yuan Mountain in his native district. The Dharma having been transmitted to him, he spread it widely and thus perpetuated the teaching of his master. Upon his death, the posthumous title Dhyana Master Hung Ji was conferred on him. Bhikkhu Hui Neng, a dhyana master, was born of a Do family in Jinzhou. Upon his first visit to national teacher Hui An of Songshan Mountain, he was directed by the latter to go to Cao Si to interview the patriarch. Upon his arrival, and after the usual salutation, he was asked by the patriarch whence he came. From Songshan, replied he. What thing is it that comes? How did it come? Asked the patriarch. To say that it is similar to a certain thing is wrong, he retorted. Is it attainable by training? Asked the patriarch. It is not impossible to attain it by training, but it is quite impossible to pollute it, he replied. Thereupon the patriarch exclaimed, It is exactly this unpolluted thing that all Buddhas take good care of. It is so for you, and it is so for me as well. Patriarch Pranyatara of India foretold that under your feet a colt would rush forth and trample on the people of the whole world. I need not interpret this oracle too soon, as the answer should be found within your mind. Being thereby enlightened, Hui Neng realized intuitively what the patriarch had said. Henceforth, he became his attendant for a period of 15 years, and day by day, his knowledge of Buddhism got deeper and deeper. Afterwards, he made his home in Hangshan, where he spread widely the teaching of the patriarch. Upon his death, the posthumous title Dhyana Master Da Hui, Great Wisdom, was conferred on him by imperial edict. Dhyana Master Suanzhe of Yongjia was born of a Dai family in Wenzhou. As a youth he studied sutras and shastras, and was well versed in the teaching of samatha, inhibition or quietude, and vipassana, contemplation or discernment of the Tiantai school. Through the reading of the Vimalakirti Nidesha Sutra, he realized intuitively the mystery of his own mind. A disciple of the patriarch, by the name of Xuan Se, happened to pay him a visit. During the course of a long discussion, Xuan Se noticed that the utterance of his friend agreed virtually with the sayings of the various patriarchs. Thereupon he asked, "May I know the name of your teacher who transmitted the Dharma to you?" "I had teachers to instruct me," replied Xuanzhe, "when I studied the sutras and the shastras of the Vaipulya section. But afterwards it was through the reading of the Vimalakirti Nidesha Sutra that I realized the significance of the Buddha Chitta, the Dhyana school. And in this respect, I have not yet had any teacher to verify and confirm my knowledge." Before the time of Bhismagarbhadeshvara Raja Buddha, Xuan Se remarked, it was possible to dispense with the service of a teacher. But since that time, he who attains enlightenment without the aid and the confirmation of a teacher is a natural heretic. "Will you, sir, kindly act as my testifier?" asked Suan-je. My words carry no weight, replied his friend, but in Shaoxi there is the 6th patriarch, to whom visitors in great numbers come from all directions with the common object of having the Dharma transmitted to them. Should you wish to go there, I shall be pleased to accompany you. In due course, they arrived at Shaoxi and interviewed the patriarch. Having circumambulated the patriarch thrice, Suan-je stood still, i.e., without making obeisance to the master, with the kakaram, the Buddhist staff, in his hand. For his discourtesy, the patriarch made the following remark. As a shramana, Buddhist monk, is the embodiment of 3,000 moral precepts and 80,000 minor disciplinary rules, I wonder where you come from and what makes you so conceited. The question of incessant rebirths is a momentous one, replied he, and as death may come at any moment, I have no time to waste on ceremony. Why do you not realize the principle of birthlessness and thus solve the problem of transiency in life? The patriarch retorted. Thereupon, Suan-je remarked, to realize the essence of mind is to be free from rebirths, and once this problem is solved, the question of transiency no longer exists. That is so, the patriarch agreed. At this stage, Suan-je gave in and made obeisance in full ceremony. After a short while, he bid the patriarch adieu. You are going away too quickly, aren't you? Asked the patriarch. How can there be quickness when motion intrinsically exists not? He retorted. Who knows that motion exists not? Asked the patriarch. I hope you, sir, will not particularize, he observed. The patriarch commended him for his thorough grasp of the notion of birthlessness, but Suan-je remarked, Is there a notion in birthlessness? Without a notion, who can particularize? Asked the patriarch in turn. That which particularizes is not a notion, replied Suan-je. Well said, exclaimed the patriarch. He then asked Suan-je to delay his departure and spend a night there. Henceforth, Suan-je was known to his contemporaries as the enlightened one who had spent a night with the patriarch. Afterwards, he wrote the famous work, A Song on Spiritual Attainment, which circulates widely. His posthumous title is Grand Master Wu Xiang, he who is above form or phenomena, and he was also called by his contemporaries Dhyana Master Jun-je, he who is really enlightened. Bhikkhu Zhe Huang, a follower of the Dhyana school, after his consultation with the 5th patriarch as to the progress of his work, considered himself as having attained samadhi. For 20 years he confined himself in a small temple and kept up the position all the time. Suan-se, a disciple of the 6th patriarch on a meditation journey to the northern bank of Huanghe, heard about him and called at his temple. What are you doing here? Asked Suan-se. I am abiding in samadhi, replied his friend Zhe Huang. Abiding in samadhi, did you say? Observed Suan-se. I wish to know whether you are doing it consciously or unconsciously. For if you are doing it unconsciously, it would mean that it is possible for all inanimate objects such as earthenware, stones, trees and weeds to attain samadhi. On the other hand, if you are doing it consciously, then all animate objects or sentient beings would be in samadhi also. When I am in samadhi, observed Zhe Huang, I know neither consciousness nor unconsciousness. If that is the case, said Suan-se, it is perpetual samadhi, in which state there is neither abiding nor leaving. That state which you can abide in or leave off is not the great samadhi. Zhe Huang was dumbfounded. After a long while he asked, May I know who is your teacher? My teacher is the sixth patriarch of Cao Si, replied Xuan Ce. How does he define dhyana and samadhi? Zhe Huang asked. According to his teaching, replied Xuan Ce, the Dharmakaya is perfect and serene. Its quintessence and its function are in a state of thusness. The five skandhas, aggregates, are intrinsically void, and the six sense objects are non-existent. There is neither abiding nor leaving in samadhi. There is neither quietude nor perturbation. The nature of dhyana is non-abiding, so we should get above the state of abiding in the calmness of dhyana. The nature of dhyana is uncreative, so we should get above the notion of creating a state of dhyana. The state of the mind may be likened unto space, but it is infinite, and so it is without the limitations of the latter. Having heard this, Zhe Huang went immediately to Cao Si to interview the patriarch. Upon being asked whence he came, he told the patriarch in detail the conversation he had had with Xuan Ce. What Xuan Ce said is quite right, said the patriarch. Let your mind be in a state such as that of the illimitable void, but do not attach it to the idea of vacuity. Let it function freely. Whether you are in activity or at rest, let your mind abide nowhere. Forget the discrimination between a sage and an ordinary man. Ignore the distinction of subject and object. Let the essence of mind and all phenomenal objects be in a state of thusness. Then you will be in samadhi all the time. Zhe Huang was thereby fully enlightened. What he had considered for the past 20 years as an attainment now vanished. On that night, inhabitants of Hebei, the northern bank of the Yellow River, heard a voice in the air to the effect that dhyana master Zhe Huang had on that day gained enlightenment. Some time after, Zhe Huang bid the patriarch adieu and returned to Hebei, where he taught a great number of men and women, monks as well as the laity. A bhikkhu once asked the patriarch what sort of man could obtain the keynote of the teaching of Huang Mei, the fifth patriarch. He who understands the Buddha Dharma can get it, replied the patriarch. Have you, sir, got it then? Asked the bhikkhu. I do not understand the Buddha Dharma, was his reply. One day, the patriarch wanted to wash the robe which he had inherited, but could find no good stream for the purpose. Thereupon, he walked to a place about 5 miles from the rear of the monastery, where he noticed that plants and trees grew profusely, and the environment gave an air of good omen. He shook his staff, which makes a tingling noise as rings are attached to the top of it, and stuck it in the ground. Immediately water spurted out, and before long a pool was formed. While he was kneeling down on a rock to wash the robe, a bhikkhu suddenly appeared before him and tendered him homage. My name is Fang Bien, said he, and I am a native of Sichuan. When I was in South India, I met Patriarch Bodhidharma, who instructed me to return to China. The womb of the orthodox Dharma, said he, together with the robe which I inherited from Mahakashyapa, have now been transmitted to the 6th patriarch, who is now in Shaoxi of Shaozhou. Go there to have a look at them and to pay your respect to the patriarch. After a long voyage, I have arrived. May I see the robe and begging bowl you inherited? Having shown him the 2 relics, the patriarch asked him what line of work he was taking up. I am pretty good at sculptural work, replied he. Let me see some of your work then, demanded the patriarch. Fang Bien was confounded at the time, but after a few days he was able to complete a lifelike statue of the patriarch, about 7 inches high, a masterpiece of sculpture. Upon seeing the statue, the patriarch laughed and said to Fang Bien, You know something about the nature of sculptural work, but you do not seem to know the nature of Buddha. He then stretched forth his hand to rub the crown of Fang Bien, the Buddhist way of blessing, and declared, "You shall forever be a field of merit for human and celestial beings." In addition, the patriarch rewarded his service with a robe, which Fang Bien divided into 3 parts, one for dressing the statue, one for himself, and one for burying in the ground after covering it up with palm leaves. When the burial took place, he took a vow to the effect that by the time the robe was exhumed, he would be reincarnated as the abbot of the monastery, and also that he would undertake to renovate the shrine and the building. A bhikkhu quoted the following gatha, stanza, composed by dhyana master Wo Lun. Wo Lun has ways and means to insulate the mind from all thoughts. When circumstances do not react on the mind, the Bodhi tree, the symbol of wisdom, will grow steadily. Hearing this, the patriarch said, "This stanza indicates that the composer of it has not yet fully realized the essence of mind. To put its teaching into practice would gain no liberation, but bind oneself more tightly." Thereupon, he showed the bhikkhu the following stanza of his own. "Hui Neng has no ways and means to insulate the mind from all thoughts. Circumstances often react on my mind, and I wonder, how can the Bodhi tree grow?" Note: in the last line, the patriarch challenged the statement that the Bodhi tree will grow, as Bodhi neither increases nor decreases. Chapter 8. The Sudden School and the Gradual School. While the patriarch was living in Baolin Monastery, the Grand Master Shun Xiu was preaching in Yuchuan Monastery of Jingnan. At that time, the 2 schools, that of Hui Neng of the south and Shun Xiu of the north, flourished side by side. As the 2 schools were distinguished from each other by the names Sudden, the south, and Gradual, the north, the question which sect they should follow baffled certain Buddhist scholars of that time. Seeing this, the patriarch addressed the assembly as follows: "So far as the Dharma is concerned, there can be only one school. If a distinction exists, it exists in the fact that the founder of one school is a northern man, while the other is a southerner. While there is only one Dharma, some disciples realize it more quickly than others. The reason why the names sudden and gradual are given is that some disciples are superior to others in mental dispositions. So far as the Dharma is concerned, the distinction of sudden and gradual does not exist." In spite of what the patriarch had said, the followers of Shun Xiu used to criticize the patriarch. They discredited him by saying that as he was illiterate, he could not distinguish himself in any respect. Shun Xiu himself, on the other hand, admitted that he was inferior to the patriarch, that the patriarch attained wisdom without the aid of a teacher, and that he understood thoroughly the teaching of the Mahayana school. Moreover, he added, "My teacher, the 5th patriarch, would not have transmitted to him the robe and the bowl without good cause. I regret that, owing to the patronage of the state, which I by no means deserve, I am unable to travel far to receive instructions from him personally. But you men should go to Cao Si to consult him." One day he said to his disciple, Zhe Cheng, "You are intelligent and bright. On my behalf, you may go to Cao Si to attend the lectures there. Try your best to remember what you learn, so that upon your return you may repeat it to me." Acting on his teacher's instruction, Zhe Cheng went to Cao Si. Without telling whence he came, he joined the crowd there to call on the patriarch. Someone has hidden himself here to plagiarize my lecture, said the patriarch to the assembly. Thereupon Zhecheng came out, made obeisance, and told the patriarch what his mission was. You come from Yuchuan Monastery, do you? Asked the patriarch. You must be a spy. No, I am not, replied Zhecheng. Why not? Asked the patriarch. If I had not told you, said Zhecheng, I would be a spy. Since I have told you all about it, I am not. How does your teacher instruct his disciples? Asked the patriarch. He tells us to meditate on purity, to keep up the sitting position all the time and not to lie down, replied Zhecheng. To meditate on purity, said the patriarch, is an infirmity and not dhyana. To restrict oneself to the sitting position all the time is unprofitable. Listen to my stanza. A living man sits and does not lie down all the time, while a dead man lies down and does not sit. On this physical body of ours, why should we impose the task of squatting? Making obeisance a second time, Zhecheng remarked, Though I have studied Buddhism for 9 years under the Grand Master Shun Xiu, my mind has not yet been awakened for enlightenment. But as soon as you speak to me, my mind is enlightened. As the question of incessant rebirths is a momentous one, please take pity on me and give me further instruction. I understand, said the patriarch, that your teacher gives his disciples instructions on Shila, disciplinary rules, dhyana, meditation, and prajna, wisdom. Please tell me how he defines these terms. According to his teaching, replied Zhecheng, to refrain from all evil actions is Shila, to practice whatever is good is prajna, and to purify one's own mind is dhyana. This is the way he teaches us. May I know your system? If I tell you, said the patriarch, that I have a system of dharma to transmit to others, I am cheating you. What I do to my disciples is to liberate them from their own bondage with such devices as the case may need. To use a name which is nothing but a makeshift, this state of liberation may be called samadhi. The way your master teaches Shila, dhyana, and prajna is wonderful, but my exposition is different. How can it be different, sir? Asked Zhecheng, when there is only one form of Shila, dhyana, and prajna. The teaching of your master, replied the patriarch, is for the followers of the Mahayana school, while mine is for those of the Supreme school. The fact that some realize the Dharma more quickly and deeply than others accounts for the difference in the interpretation. You may listen and see if my instruction is the same as his. In expounding the Dharma, I do not deviate from the authority of the essence of mind, that is, I speak what I realize intuitively. To speak otherwise would indicate that the expositor's essence of mind is under obscuration, and that he can touch the phenomenal side of the Dharma only. The true teaching of Shila, dhyana, and prajna should be based on the principle that the function of all things derives from the essence of mind. Listen to my stanza. To free the mind from all impurity is the Shila of the essence of mind. To free the mind from all disturbance is the dhyana of the essence of mind. That which neither increases nor decreases is the vajra, or diamond, used as a symbol for the essence of mind. Coming and going are different phases of samadhi. Having heard this, Zhecheng apologized for having asked a foolish question, and thanked the patriarch for his instruction. He then submitted the following stanza. The self is nothing but a phantasm created by the union of 5 skandhas, and a phantasm can have nothing to do with absolute reality. To hold that there is a tathata suchness for us to aim at or to return to, is another example of impure dharma. Note, for pure law is above concept and speech. Approving what he said in his stanza, the patriarch said to him again, "The teaching of your master on Shila, Dhyana and Prajna applies to wise men of the inferior type, while mine to those of the superior type. He who realizes the essence of mind may dispense with such doctrines as Bodhi, Nirvana, and knowledge of emancipation. Only those who do not possess a single system of Dharma can formulate all systems of Dharma, and only those who can understand the meaning of this paradox may use such terms. It makes no difference to those who have realized the essence of mind whether they formulate all systems of Dharma or dispense with all of them. They are at liberty to come or to go, i.e., they may remain in or leave this world at their own free will. They are free from obstacles or impediments. They take appropriate actions as circumstances require. They give suitable answers according to the temperament of the inquirer. They see that all Nirmanakayas are one with the essence of mind. They attain liberation, psychic powers, siddhi, and samadhi, which enable them to perform the arduous task of universal salvation as easily as if they were only playing. Such are the men who have realized the essence of mind. By what principle are we guided in dispensing with all systems of Dharma? Was Zhe Cheng's next question. When our essence of mind is free from impurity, infatuations and disturbances, replied the patriarch, when we introspect our mind from moment to moment with prajna, and when we do not cling to things and phenomenal objects, we are free and liberated. Why should we formulate any system of Dharma when our goal can be reached no matter whether we turn to the right or to the left? Since it is with our own efforts that we realize the essence of mind, and since the realization and the practice of the Dharma are both done instantaneously and not gradually or stage by stage, the formulation of any system of Dharma is unnecessary. As all Dharmas are intrinsically nirvanic, how can there be gradation in them? Zhe Cheng made obeisance and volunteered to be an attendant of the patriarch. In that capacity, he served both day and night. Bhikkhu Zhe Che, whose secular name was Jiang Xing Chang, was a native of Jiangxi. As a young man, he was fond of chivalric exploits. Since the two dhyana schools, Hui Neng of the south and Shun Xiu of the north, flourished side by side, a strong sectarian feeling ran high on the part of the disciples, in spite of the tolerant spirit shown by the two masters, who hardly knew what egotism was. Calling their own teacher, Shun Xiu, the sixth patriarch, on no better authority than their own, the followers of the northern school were jealous of the rightful owner of that title, whose claim, supported by the inherited robe, was too well known to be ignored. So in order to get rid of the rival teacher, they sent Jiang Xing Chang, who was then a layman, to murder the patriarch. With his psychic power of mind-reading, the patriarch was able to know of the plot beforehand. Making ready for the coming of the murderer, he put 10 taels by the side of his own seat. Jiang duly arrived, and one evening entered the patriarch's room to carry out the murder. With outstretched neck, the patriarch waited for the fatal blow. Thrice did Jiang cut, but not a single wound was thereby inflicted. The patriarch then addressed him as follows. "A straight sword is not crooked, while a crooked one is not straight. I owe you money only, but life I do not owe." The surprise was too great for Jiang. he fell into a swoon and did not revive for a considerable time. Remorseful and penitent, he asked for mercy and volunteered to join the order at once. Handing him the money, the patriarch said, "You had better not remain here, lest my followers should do you harm. Come to see me in disguise some other time, and I will take good care of you." As directed, Jiang ran away the same night. Subsequently, he joined the order under a certain bhikkhu. Upon being fully ordained, he proved himself to be a very diligent monk. One day, recollecting what the patriarch had said, he took the long journey to see him and to tender him homage. "Why do you come so late?" asked the patriarch. "I have been thinking of you all the time." "Since that day you so graciously pardoned my crime," said Jiang, "I have become a bhikkhu and have studied Buddhism diligently. Yet I find it difficult to requite you adequately unless I can show my gratitude by spreading the Dharma for the deliverance of sentient beings. In studying the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, which I read very often, I cannot understand the meaning of eternal and not eternal. Will you, sir, kindly give me a short explanation?" "What is not eternal is the Buddha nature," replied the patriarch, "and what is eternal is the discriminating mind together with all meritorious and demeritorious dharmas." "Your explanation, sir, contradicts the sutra," said Jiang. "I dare not, since I inherit the heart seal of Lord Buddha," replied the patriarch. "According to the sutra," said Jiang, "the Buddha nature is eternal, while all meritorious and demeritorious dharmas, including the bodhicitta, the wisdom heart, are not eternal. As you hold otherwise, is this not a contradiction? Your explanation has now intensified my doubts and perplexities." "On one occasion," replied the patriarch, "I had Bhikkhuni Wu Jin Jiang recite to me the whole book of the Mahaparinirvana Sutra so that I could explain it to her. Every word and every meaning I explained on that occasion agreed with the text. As to the explanation I give you now, it likewise differs not from the text." "As my capacity for understanding is a poor one," observed Jiang, "will you kindly explain to me more fully and more clearly?" "Don't you understand?" said the patriarch. "If Buddha nature is eternal, it would be of no use to talk about meritorious and demeritorious dharmas. And until the end of a kalpa, no one would arouse the bodhicitta. Therefore, when I say not eternal, it is exactly what Lord Buddha meant for truly eternal. Again, if all dharmas are not eternal, then everything or object would have a nature of its own, i.e., a positive essence, to suffer death and birth. In that case, it would mean that the essence of mind, which is truly eternal, does not pervade everywhere. Therefore, when I say eternal, it is exactly what Lord Buddha meant by truly not eternal. Because ordinary men and heretics believe in heretical eternalism, they believe in the eternity of soul and of the world, and because Sravakas, aspirants to arhatship, mistake the eternity of nirvana as something not eternal, 8 upside-down notions arise. In order to refute these one-sided views, Lord Buddha preached exoterically in the Mahaparinirvana Sutra the ultimate doctrine of Buddhist teaching, that is, true eternity, true happiness, true self, and true purity. In following slavishly the wording of the sutra, you have ignored the spirit of the text. In assuming that what perishes is non-eternal, and that what is fixed and immutable is eternal, you have misinterpreted Lord Buddha's dying instruction, contained in the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, which is perfect, profound and complete. You may read the sutra 1,000 times, but you will get no benefit out of it. All of a sudden, Jang awoke to full enlightenment and submitted the following stanza to the patriarch. In order to refute the bigoted belief of non-eternity, Lord Buddha preached the eternal nature. He who does not know that such preaching is only a skillful device may be likened to the child who picks up pebbles and calls them gems. Without effort on my part, the Buddha nature manifests itself. This is due neither to the instruction of my teacher nor to any attainment of my own. You have now thoroughly realized the essence of mind, commended the patriarch, and hereafter you should name yourself Zhe-che, to realize thoroughly. Zhe-che thanked the patriarch, made obeisance, and departed. Note: the Buddha's object is to get rid of bigoted belief in any form. He would preach non-eternity to believers of eternalism and preach neither eternity nor non-eternity to those who believed in both. A 13-year-old boy named Shun Hui, who was born of a Gao family of Xiangyang, came from Yu Chuan Monastery to tender homage to the patriarch. "My learned friend," said the patriarch, "it must be hard for you to undertake such a long journey. But can you tell me what is the fundamental principle? If you can, you know the owner, that is, the essence of mind. Try to say something, please." Non-attachment is the fundamental principle, and to know the owner is to realize the essence of mind, replied Shun Hui. "This shamanera, novice, is fit for nothing but to talk loosely," reproved the patriarch. Thereupon, Shun Hui asked the patriarch, "In your meditation, sir, do you see your essence of mind or not?" Striking him 3 blows with his staff, the patriarch asked him whether he felt pain or not. "Painful and not painful," replied Shun Hui. "I see and I see not," retorted the patriarch. "How is it that you see and see not?" asked Shun Hui. "What I see is my own faults," replied the patriarch. "What I do not see is the good, the evil, the merit, and the demerit of others. That is why I see and I see not. Now tell me what you mean by painful and not painful. If you feel no pain, you would be as a piece of wood or stone. On the other hand, should you feel pain and anger of hatred is thereby aroused, you would be in the same position as an ordinary man. The seeing and not seeing you referred to are a pair of opposites, while painful and not painful belong to that category of dharma which becomes and ceases, Sanskrita dharma, conditioned or caused elements. Without having realized your own essence of mind, you dare to hoodwink others." Shun Hui apologized, made obeisance, and thanked the patriarch for his instruction. Addressing him again, the patriarch said, "If you are under delusion and cannot realize your essence of mind, you should seek the advice of a pious and learned friend. When your mind is enlightened, you will know the essence of mind, and then you may tread the path the right way. Now you are under delusion and do not know your essence of mind. Yet you dare to ask whether I know my essence of mind or not. If I do, I realize it myself, but the fact that I know it cannot help you from being under delusion. Similarly, if you know your essence of mind, your knowing would be of no use to me. Instead of asking others, why not see it for yourself and know it for yourself?" Making obeisance more than 100 times, Shun Hui again expressed regret and asked the patriarch to forgive him. Henceforth, he worked diligently as the patriarch's attendant. Addressing the assembly one day, the patriarch said, "I have an article which has no head, no name, nor appellation, no front and no back. Do any of you know it?" Stepping out from the crowd, Shun Hui replied, "It is the source of all Buddhas and the Buddha nature of Shun Hui. I have told you already that it is without name and appellation, and yet you call it source of Buddhas and Buddha nature," reproved the patriarch. "Even if you confine yourself in a mat shed for further study, as is the wont of the bhikkhus, you will be a dhyana scholar of second-hand knowledge only, that is, knowledge from books and verbal authority, instead of knowledge obtained intuitively." After the death of the patriarch, Shun Hui left for Luoyang, where he spread widely the teaching of the Southern School. The popular work, entitled An Explicit Treatise on Dhyana Teaching, was written by him. He is generally known by the name Dhyana Master He, the name of his monastery. Seeing that many questions were put to him in bad faith by followers of various schools, and that a great number of such questioners had gathered around him, the patriarch addressed them out of compassion as follows: "A treader of the path should do away with all thoughts, good as well as evil ones. It is merely as an expedient that the essence of mind is so called. It cannot really be named by any name. This non-dual nature is called the true nature, upon which all Dharma systems of teaching are based. One should realize the essence of mind as soon as one is spoken to about it." Upon hearing this, everyone made obeisance and asked the patriarch to allow them to be his disciples. Chapter 9. Royal Patronage. An edict, dated the 15th day of the first moon of the first year of Shunlong, issued by the Empress Dowager Zhetian and the Emperor Zhengzhong, ran as follows: "Since we invited Grand Masters Hui An and Shun Xiu to stay in the palace to receive our offerings, we have studied the Buddha vehicle under them whenever we could find time after attending to our imperial duties. Out of sheer modesty, these two masters recommended that we should seek the advice of Dhyana Master Hui Neng of the South, who has esoterically inherited the Dharma and the robe of the fifth patriarch, as well as the heart seal of Lord Buddha. We hereby send eunuch Suerjian as the courier of this edict to invite His Holiness to come, and trust His Holiness will graciously favour us with an early visit to the capital, etc., etc." On the grounds of illness, the patriarch sent a reply to decline the royal invitation and asked to be allowed to spend his remaining years in the forest. "Dhyana experts in the capital," said Suerjian, when interviewing the patriarch, "unanimously advise people to meditate in the sitting position to attain samadhi. They say that this is the only way to realize the norm, and that it is impossible for anyone to obtain liberation without going through meditation exercises. May I know your way of teaching, sir?" "The norm is to be realized by the mind," replied the patriarch, "and does not depend on the sitting position. The Vajrachedika, Diamond Sutra, says that it is wrong for anyone to assert that the Tathagata comes or goes, sits or reclines. Why? Because the Tathagata's dhyana of purity implies neither coming from anywhere nor going to anywhere, neither becoming nor causing to be. All dharmas are calm and void. and such is the Tathagata's seat of purity. Strictly speaking, there is even no such thing as attainment. Why then should we bother ourselves about the sitting position? Upon my return, said Suerjian, their Majesties will certainly ask me to make a report. Will you, sir, kindly give me some essential hints on your teaching, so that I can make them known not only to their Majesties, but also to all Buddhist scholars in the capital? As the flame of one lamp may kindle hundreds or thousands of others, so the ignorant will be enlightened by your teaching, and light will produce light without end. The norm implies neither light nor darkness, replied the Patriarch. Light and darkness signify the idea of alternation. It is not correct to say that light will produce light without end, because there is an end, since light and darkness are a pair of opposites. The Vimalakirti Nadesha Sutra says, the norm has no comparison, since it is not a relative term. Light signifies wisdom, argued Suerjian, and darkness signifies klesha, defilement. If a treader of the path does not break up klesha with the force of wisdom, how is he going to free himself from the wheel of birth and death, which is beginningless? Klesha is bodhi, rejoined the Patriarch. The two are the same and not different. To break up klesha with wisdom is the teaching of the Shravaka, aspirant to Arhatship school, and the Pratyeka Buddha school, the followers of which are of the goat vehicle and deer vehicle standard respectively. To those of superior mental dispositions, such teaching would be of no use at all. What then is the teaching of the Mahayana school? Asked Suerjian. From the point of view of ordinary men, replied the Patriarch, enlightenment and ignorance are two separate things. Wise men who realize thoroughly the essence of mind know that they are of the same nature. This same nature or non-dual nature is what is called the real nature, which neither decreases in the case of ordinary men and ignorant persons, nor increases in the case of the enlightened sage, which is not disturbed in a state of annoyance, nor calm in a state of samadhi. It is neither eternal nor non-eternal. It neither goes nor comes. It is not to be found in the exterior nor in the interior, nor in the space between the two. It is above existence and non-existence. Its nature and its phenomena are always in a state of thusness. It is permanent and immutable. Such is the norm. Suerjian asked, You say that it is above existence and non-existence. How then do you differentiate it from the teaching of the heretics who teach the same thing? In the teaching of the heretics, replied the Patriarch, non-existence means the end of existence, while existence is used in contrast with non-existence. What they mean by non-existence is not actually annihilation, and what they call existence does not really exist. What I mean by above existence and non-existence is this. Intrinsically, it exists not, and at the present moment, it is not annihilated. Such is the difference between my teaching and that of the heretics. If you wish to know the essential points of my teaching, you should free yourself from all thoughts, good ones as well as bad. Then your mind will be in a state of purity, calm and serene all the time, and its usefulness as manifold as the grains of sand in the Ganges. The preaching of the Patriarch suddenly awoke Suerjian to full enlightenment. He made obeisance and bid the Patriarch adieu. Upon his return to the palace, he reported what the Patriarch had said to their Majesties. In that same year, on the 3rd day of the 9th moon, an edict was issued commending the Patriarch in the following terms. On the ground of old age and poor health, the Patriarch declined our invitation to come to the capital. Devoting his life to the practice of Buddhism for our benefit, he is indeed the field of merit of the nation. Like Vimalakirti, who recuperated in Vaishali, he widely spreads the Mahayana teaching, transmits the doctrine of the Dhyana school, and expounds the system of non-dual Dharma. Through the medium of Suerjian, to whom the Patriarch has imparted the Buddha knowledge, we are fortunate enough to have a chance to understand for ourselves the teaching of the Supreme Vehicle. This must be due to our accumulated merits and our root of goodness planted in past lives. Otherwise, we should not be the contemporaries of His Holiness. In appreciation of the graciousness of the Patriarch, we present to him herewith a Mo-Na robe and a crystal bowl. The prefect of Shaochou is hereby ordered to renovate his monastery and to convert his old residence into a temple, which is to be named Guo-En. State munificence. By royal favour, etc., etc. Chapter 10. His Final Instructions. One day the Patriarch sent for his disciples, Fa Hai, Zhe Chung, Fa Da, Shun Hui, Zhe Chang, Zhe Tong, Zhe Che, Zhe Dao, Fa Jian, Fa Zhe, etc., and addressed them as follows. You men are different from the common lot. After my entering into Parinirvana, each of you will be the dhyana master of a certain district. I am, therefore, going to give you some hints on preaching, so that when doing so, you may keep up the tradition of our school. First mention the 3 categories of dharmas, and then the 36 pairs of opposites in the activities of the essence of mind. Then teach how to avoid the 2 extremes of coming in or going out. In all preaching, stray not from the essence of mind. Whenever a man puts a question to you, answer him in antonyms, so that a pair of opposites will be formed. For example, coming and going are the reciprocal cause of each other. When the interdependence of the 2 is entirely done away with, there would be, in the absolute sense, neither coming nor going. The 3 categories of dharmas are skandhas, aggregates, ayatanas, places or spheres of meeting, dhatus, factors of consciousness. The 5 skandhas are rupa, matter, vedana, sensation, samnya, perception, samskara, tendencies of mind, and vijnana, consciousness. The 12 ayatanas are 6 sense objects, external, 6 sense organs, internal, object of sight, organ of sight, object of hearing, organ of hearing, object of smell, organ of smell, object of taste, organ of taste, object of touch, organ of touch, object of thought, organ of thought. The 18 dhatus are the 6 sense objects, 6 sense organs, and 6 recipient vijnanas. Since the essence of mind is the embodiment of all dharmas, it is called the repository consciousness, alaya. But as soon as the process of thinking or reasoning is started, the essence of mind is transmuted into various vijnanas. When the 6 recipient vijnanas come into being, they perceive the 6 sense objects through the 6 doors of sense. Thus, the functioning of the 18 dhatus derive their impetus from the essence of mind. Whether they function with an evil tendency or a good one depends upon what mood, good or evil, the essence of mind is in. Evil functioning is that of a common man, while good functioning is that of a Buddha. It is because there are pairs of opposites inherent in the essence of mind that the functioning of the 18 dhatus derive their impetus. The 36 pairs of opposites are 5 external inanimate ones, heaven and earth, sun and moon, light and darkness, positive element and negative element, fire and water. 12 dharma lakshana, phenomenal objects, speech and dharma, affirmation and negation, matter and non-matter, form and without form, taints, ashravas and absence of taint, matter and void, motion and quiescence, purity and impurity, ordinary people and sages, the sangha and the laity, the aged and the young, the big and the small. 19 pairs denoting the functioning of the essence of mind, long and short, good and evil, infatuated and enlightened, ignorant and wise, perturbed and calm, merciful and wicked, abstinent, sila, and indulgent, straight and crooked, full and empty, steep and level, klesha and bodhi, permanent and transient, compassionate and cruel, happy and angry, generous and mean, forward and backward, existent and non-existent, dharmakaya and physical body, sambhogakaya and nirmanakaya. He who knows how to use these 36 pairs realizes the all-pervading principle which goes through the teaching of all sutras. Whether he is coming in or going out, he is able to avoid the 2 extremes. In the functioning of the essence of mind and in conversation with others, outwardly we should free ourselves from attachment to objects, whence come contact with objects, and inwardly, with regard to the teaching of the void, we should free ourselves from the idea of nihilism. To believe in the reality of objects or in nihilism would result in deep-rooted fallacious views or intensified ignorance, respectively. A bigoted believer in nihilism blasphemes against the sutras on the ground that literature, i.e. the Buddhist scriptures, is unnecessary for the study of Buddhism. If that were so, then neither would it be right for us to speak, since speech forms the substance of literature. He would also argue that in the direct method, literally the straight path, literature is discarded. But does he appreciate that the 2 words is discarded are also literature? Upon hearing others speak of sutras, such a man would criticize the speakers as addicted to scriptural authority. It is bad enough for him to confine this mistaken notion to himself, but in addition he blasphemes against the Buddhist scriptures. You men should know that it is a serious offense to speak ill of the sutras, for the consequence is grave indeed. He who believes in the reality of outward objects tries to seek the form from without by practicing a certain system of doctrine. He may furnish spacious lecture halls for the discussion of realism or nihilism, but such a man will not for numerous kalpas realize the essence of mind. We should tread the path according to the teaching of the Dharma, and not keep our mind in a state of indolence, thereby creating obstacles to the understanding of the norm. To preach or to hear the Dharma without practicing it would give occasion for the arising of heretical views. Hence we should tread the path according to the teaching of the Dharma, and in the dissemination of the Dharma we should not be influenced by the concept of the reality of objects. If you understand what I say and make use of it in preaching, in practice, and in your daily life, you will grasp the distinguishing feature of our school. Whenever a question is put to you, answer it in the negative, if it is an affirmative one, and vice versa. If you are asked about an ordinary man, tell the inquirer something about a sage, and vice versa. From the correlation or interdependence of the two opposites, the doctrine of the mean may be grasped. If all other questions are answered in this manner, you will not be far away from the truth. Let me explain more fully. Suppose someone asks you what is darkness. Answer him thus. Light is the hetu, root condition, and darkness is the pratyaya, conditions which bring about any given phenomenon. When light disappears, darkness is the consequence. The two are in contrast to each other. From the correlation or interdependence of the two, the doctrine of the mean arises. In this way, all other questions are to be answered. To ensure the perpetuation of the aim and object of our school in the transmission of the Dharma to your successors, this instruction should be handed down from one generation to another. In the 7th moon of the year of Junzi, the first year of Taiji or Yanhe era, the patriarch sent some of his disciples to Sinzhou to have a shrine, stupa, built within the Guo-Un monastery, with instructions that the work should be completed as soon as possible. Next year, when summer was well nigh spent, the stupa was duly completed. On the first day of the 7th moon, the patriarch assembled his disciples and addressed them as follows. I am going to leave this world by the 8th moon. Should you have any doubts on the doctrine, please ask me in time, so that I can clear them up for you. You may find no one to teach you after my departure. The sad news moved Fa Hai and other disciples to tears. Shun Hui, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. Commending him, the patriarch said, Young master, Shun Hui is the only one here who has attained that state of mind which sees no difference in good or evil, knows neither sorrow nor happiness, and is unmoved by praise or blame. After so many years training in this mountain, what progress have you made? What are you crying for now? Are you worrying for me because I do not know whither I shall go? But I do know. Otherwise I could not tell you beforehand what will happen. What makes you cry is that you don't know whither I am going. If you did, there would be no occasion for you to cry. In suchness, tathata, there is neither coming nor going, neither becoming nor cessation. Sit down, all of you, and let me read you a stanza on reality and illusion, and on motion and quietude. Read it, and your opinion will accord with mine. Practice it, and you will grasp the aim and object of our school. The assembly made obeisance, and asked the patriarch to let them hear the stanza, which read as follows. In all things there is nothing real, and so we should free ourselves from the concept of the reality of objects. He who believes in the reality of objects is bound by this very concept, which is entirely elusive. He who realizes the reality, i.e., essence of mind within himself, knows that the true mind is to be sought apart from false phenomena. If one's mind is bound by elusive phenomena, where is reality to be found, when all phenomena are unreal? Sentient beings are mobile. Inanimate objects are stationary. He who trains himself by exercise to be motionless gets no benefit other than making himself as still as an inanimate object. Should you find the true type immobility, there is immobility within activity. Immobility alone, like that of inanimate objects, is immobility and not dhyana. And in inanimate objects, the seed of Buddhahood is not to be found. He who is adept in the discrimination of various dharma lakshana abides immovably in the first principle, nirvana. Thus are all things to be perceived. And this is the functioning of tathata, suchness. Treaders of the path, exert yourself and take heed that as followers of the Mahayana school you do not embrace that sort of knowledge which binds you to the wheel of birth and death. With those who are sympathetic, let us have discussion on Buddhism. As for those whose point of view differs from ours, let us treat them politely and thus make them happy. But disputes are alien to our school, for they are incompatible with its doctrine. To be bigoted and to argue with others in disregard of this rule is to subject one's essence of mind to the bitterness of mundane existence. Having heard this stanza, the assembly made obeisance in a body. In accordance with the wishes of the patriarch, they concentrated their minds to put the stanza into actual practice and refrained from religious controversy. Seeing that the patriarch would pass away in the near future, the head monk, Far High, after prostrating himself twice, asked, "Sir, upon your entering nirvana, who will be the inheritor of the robe and the dharma?" "All my sermons," replied the patriarch, "from the time I preached in Darfan Monastery, may be copied out for circulation in a volume to be entitled Sutra spoken on the high seat of the treasure of the Dharma, Dhammarata. Take good care of it, and hand it down from one generation to another for the salvation of all sentient beings. He who preaches in accordance with its teachings preaches the orthodox Dharma." So much for the Dharma. As to transmission of the robe, this practice is to be discontinued. Why? Because you all have implicit faith in my teaching, and being free from all doubts, you are able to carry out the lofty object of our school. Furthermore, according to the implied meaning of the stanza by Bodhidharma, the first patriarch on Dharma transmission, the robe need not be handed down to posterity. The stanza reads, "The object of my coming to this land, China, is to transmit the Dharma for the deliverance of those under delusion. In 5 petals, the flowers will be complete. Thereafter, the fruit will come to bearing naturally." The patriarch added, "Learned audience, purify your minds and listen to me. He who wishes to attain the all-knowing knowledge of a Buddha should know the samadhi of specific object and the samadhi of specific mode. In all circumstances, we should free ourselves from attachment to objects, and our attitude towards them should be neutral and indifferent. Let neither success nor failure, neither profit nor loss, worry us. Let us be calm and serene, modest and accommodating, simple and dispassionate. Such is the samadhi of specific object. On all occasions, whether we are standing, walking, sitting or reclining, let us be absolutely straightforward. Then, remaining in our sanctuary, and without the least movement, we shall virtually be in the kingdom of pure land. Such is the samadhi of specific mode. He who is complete with these two forms of samadhi may be likened to the ground with seeds sown therein. Covered up in the mud, the seeds receive nourishment therefrom and grow until the fruit comes into bearing. My preaching to you now may be likened to the seasonable rain, which brings moisture to a vast area of land. The Buddha nature within you may be likened to the seed which, being moistened by the rain, will grow rapidly. He who carries out my instructions will certainly attain Bodhi. He who follows my teaching will certainly attain the superb fruit of Buddhahood. Listen to my stanza. Buddha seeds latent in our mind will sprout upon the coming of the all-pervading rain. The flower of the doctrine having been intuitively grasped, one is bound to reap the fruit of enlightenment. Then he added, the Dharma is non-dual, and so is the mind. The path is pure and above all forms. I warn you not to use those exercises for meditation on quietude or for keeping the mind a blank. The mind is by nature pure, so there is nothing for us to crave for or give up. Do your best, each of you, and go wherever circumstances lead. Thereupon, the disciples made obeisance and withdrew. On the 8th day of the 7th moon, the Patriarch gave a sudden order to his disciples to get ready a boat for his going back to Sinzhou, his native place. In a body, they entreated him earnestly and pitifully to stay. It is only natural that I should go, said the Patriarch, for death is the inevitable outcome of birth, and even the various Buddhas who appear in this world have to go through an earthly death before entering parinirvana. There can be no exception for my physical body, which must be laid down somewhere. After your visit to Sinzhou, entreated the assembly, please return here sooner or later. Fallen leaves go back to where the root is, and when I first came, mouth I had not, replied the Patriarch. Then they asked, to whom, sir, do you transmit the womb of the Dharma I? Men of principle will get it, and those who are mindless will understand it. They further asked, will any calamity befall you hereafter? 5 or 6 years after my death, replied the Patriarch, a man will come to cut off my head. I have made the following prophecy, of which please take note. To the top of the parent's head offerings are made, for the mouth must be fed. When the calamity of man befalls, Yang and Liu will be the officials. He added, 70 years after my departure, 2 bodhisattvas from the east, one a layman and the other a monk, will preach contemporaneously, disseminate the Dharma widely, establish our school on a firm basis, renovate our monasteries, and transmit the doctrine to numerous promising successors. Can you let us know for how many generations the Dharma has been transmitted, from the appearance of the earliest Buddha up to now? Asked the disciples. The Buddhas who have appeared in this world are too many to be counted, replied the Patriarch. But let us start from the last 7 Buddhas. They are, of the last Kalpa, the Alamkara Kalpa, Buddha Vipassin, Buddha Sikhin, Buddha Vesabu. Of the present Kalpa, the Bhadra Kalpa, Buddha Kakusunda, Buddha Konagamana, Buddha Kassapa, Buddha Gautama. Shakyamuni. From the Buddha Shakyamuni, the Dharma was transmitted to the first Patriarch, Arya Mahakashyapa, It was then in turn transmitted to Second Patriarch, Arya Ananda, Third Patriarch, Arya Sanavasa, Fourth Patriarch, Arya Upagupta, Fifth Patriarch, Arya Dritaka, Sixth Patriarch, Arya Michaka, Seventh Patriarch, Arya Vasumitra, Eighth Patriarch, Arya Buddhanandi, Ninth Patriarch, Arya Buddhamitra, 10th Patriarch, Arya Pasva, 11th Patriarch, Arya Punyayasas, 12th Patriarch, Bodhisattva Ashvaghosha, 13th Patriarch, Arya Kapimala, 14th Patriarch, Bodhisattva Nagarjuna, 15th Patriarch, Kanadeva, 16th Patriarch, Arya Rahulata, 17th Patriarch, Arya Sanganandi, 18th Patriarch, Arya Sangayasas, 19th Patriarch, Arya Kumarata, 20th Patriarch, Arya Jayata, 21st Patriarch, Arya Vasubandhu, 22nd Patriarch, Arya Manura, 23rd Patriarch, Arya Hakleniyasas, 24th Patriarch, Arya Singha, 25th Patriarch, Arya Vasyastya, 26th Patriarch, Arya Punya Mitra, 27th Patriarch, Arya Pranyatara, 28th Patriarch, Arya Bodhidharma, the first Patriarch in China, 29th Patriarch, Grand Master Hui Ke, 30th Patriarch, Grand Master Sung Han, 31st Patriarch, Grand Master Dao Xin, 32nd Patriarch, Grand Master Hung Jun. And I am the 33rd Patriarch, the 6th Patriarch in China. Thus, by pupillary, the Dharma was handed down from one patriarch to another. Hereafter, you men should in turn transmit it to posterity by passing it on from one generation to another, so that the tradition may be maintained. On the 3rd day of the 8th moon of the year of Kui Chou, the 2nd year of Xian Tian era, AD 713, after taking food at the Guo-Un monastery, the Patriarch addressed his disciples as follows. Please sit down, for I am going to say goodbye. Thereupon Fa Hai spoke to the Patriarch. Sir, will you please leave to posterity definite instructions whereby people under delusion may realize the Buddha nature? It is not impossible, replied the Patriarch, for these men to realize the Buddha nature, provided they acquaint themselves with the nature of ordinary sentient beings. But to seek Buddhahood without such knowledge would be in vain, even if one shall spend eons of time in the search. Now, let me show you how to get acquainted with the nature of the sentient beings within your mind, and thereby realize the Buddha nature latent in you. Knowing Buddha means nothing else than knowing sentient beings, for the latter ignore that they are potential Buddhas, whereas a Buddha sees no difference between himself and other beings. When sentient beings realize the essence of mind, they are Buddhas. If a Buddha is under delusion in his essence of mind, he is then an ordinary being. Purity in the essence of mind makes ordinary beings Buddhas. Impurity in the essence of mind reverts even a Buddha to an ordinary being. When your mind is crooked or depraved, you are ordinary beings with Buddha nature latent in you. On the other hand, when you direct your mind to purity and straightforwardness even for one moment, you are a Buddha. Within our mind there is a Buddha, and that Buddha within is the real Buddha. If Buddha is not to be sought within our mind, where shall we find the real Buddha? Doubt not that Buddha is within your mind, apart from which nothing can exist. Since all things or phenomena are the production of our mind, the sutra says, when mental activity begins, various things come into being. When mental activity ceases, they too cease to exist. In parting from you, let me leave you a stanza entitled, The Real Buddha of the Essence of Mind. People of future generations who understand its meaning will realize the essence of mind and attain Buddhahood. It reads, The essence of mind, or tathata, suchness, is the real Buddha, while heretical views and the three poisonous elements are Mara. Enlightened by right views, we call forth the Buddha within us. When our nature is dominated by the three poisonous elements, we are said to be possessed by Mara. But when right views eliminate from our mind these poisonous elements, Mara will be transformed into a real Buddha. The Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Nimanakaya, these three bodies emanate from one, the essence of mind. He who is able to realize this fact intuitively has sown the seed and will reap the fruit of enlightenment. It is from the Nimanakaya that our pure nature emanates. Within the former, the latter is to be found. Guided by pure nature, the Nimanakaya treads the right path and will someday attain to the Sambhogakaya, perfect and infinite. Pure nature is an outgrowth of our sensual instincts. By getting rid of sensuality, we attain the pure Dharmakaya. When our temperament is such that we are no longer the slaves of the five sense objects, and when we have realized the essence of mind even for one moment only, then truth is known to us. Should we be so fortunate as to be the followers of the sudden school in this life, in a sudden we shall see the Bhagavat of our essence of mind. He who seeks the Buddha from without, by practicing certain doctrines, knows not where the real Buddha is to be found. He who is able to realize the truth within his own mind has sown the seed of Buddhahood. He who has not realized the essence of mind and seeks the Buddha from without is a fool motivated by wrong desires. I have hereby left to posterity the teaching of the sudden school, for the salvation of all sentient beings who care to practice it. Hear me, ye future disciples. Your time will have been badly wasted if you neglect to put this teaching into practice. Having recited the stanza, he added, Take good care of yourselves. After my passing away, do not follow the worldly tradition and cry or lament. Neither should messages of condolence be accepted, nor mourning be worn. These things are contrary to the orthodox teaching, and he who does them is not my disciple. What you should do is to know your own mind and realize your own Buddha nature, which neither rests nor moves, neither becomes nor ceases to be, neither comes nor goes, neither affirms nor denies, neither stays nor departs. Lest your mind should be under delusion and thus fail to catch my meaning, I repeat this to you to enable you to realize your essence of mind. After my death, if you carry out my instructions and practice them accordingly, my being away from you will make no difference. On the other hand, if you go against my teaching, no benefit would be obtained even if I continued to stay here. Then he uttered another stanza. Imperturbable and serene, the ideal man practices no virtue. Self-possessed and dispassionate, he commits no sin. Calm and silent, he gives up seeing and hearing. Even and upright, his mind abides nowhere. Having uttered the stanza, he sat reverently until the third watch of the night. Then he said abruptly to his disciples, "I am going now," and in a sudden passed away. A peculiar fragrance pervaded his room, and a lunar rainbow appeared which seemed to join up earth and sky. The trees in the wood turned white, and birds and beasts cried mournfully. In the 11th moon of that year, the question of the patriarch's resting place gave rise to a dispute among the government officials of Guangzhou, Shaozhou, and Xinzhou, each party being anxious to have the remains of the patriarch removed to its own district. The patriarch's disciples, together with other bhikkhus and laymen, took part in the controversy. Being unable to come to any settlement among themselves, they burnt incense and prayed to the patriarch to indicate by the direction of the drift of the smoke the place which he himself would choose. As the smoke turned directly to Caoxi, the shrine in which the body was kept, together with the inherited robe and bowl, was accordingly taken back there on the 13th day of the 11th moon. Next year, on the 25th day of the 7th moon, the body was taken out of the shrine, and Fang Bian, a disciple of the patriarch, plastered it with incense clay. Recollecting the patriarch's prediction that someone would take away his head, the disciples, as a matter of precaution, strengthened his neck by wrapping it with iron sheets and lacquered cloth before the body was placed in the stupa. Suddenly, a flash of white light rushed out from the stupa, went straight towards the sky, and did not disperse until 3 days after. The incident was duly reported to the throne by the officials of the Shaozhou district. By imperial order, tablets were erected to record the life of the patriarch. The patriarch inherited the robe when he was 24, had his hair shaved, and was ordained at 39, and died at the age of 76. For 37 years he preached for the benefit of all sentient beings. 43 of his disciples inherited the Dharma, and by his express consent became his successors, while those who attained enlightenment and thereby got out of the rut of the ordinary man were too numerous to be counted. The robe transmitted by Bodhidharma as the insignia of patriarchship, the Monar robe, and the crystal bowl presented by Emperor Zhongzhong, the patriarch statue made by Fang Bian, and other sacred articles were put in charge of the keeper of the stupa. They were to be kept permanently in Baolin Monastery to guard the welfare of the temple. The sutra spoken by the patriarch was published and circulated to make known the principles and objects of the Dharma school. All these steps were taken for the prosperity of the 3 gems, that is, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, as well as for the general welfare of all sentient beings. End of the Sutra. Appendix by Ling Tao, the Stupa Keeper. At midnight of the 3rd day of the 8th moon of the year of Jun Xiu, in the 10th year of the Kai Yuan era, noises similar to those made by the dragging of an iron chain were heard within the stupa in which the patriarch's remains were enshrined. Awakened by the alarm, the bhikkhus saw a man in mourning run out from the pagoda. Subsequently, they found that injuries had been inflicted on the patriarch's neck. Reports were duly made to Prefect Liu Wu Tian and Magistrate Yang Kan. Upon receiving the complaint, they made a vigilant search for the culprit, who 5 days after was arrested in Shijiao village and sent to Shaozhou for trial. He stated that his name was Zhang Jingman, a native of Liang of Zhuzhou, and that in Kai Yuan Monastery of Hongzhou he had received 2,000 cash from a Sinlo, a state in Korea, bhikkhu named Jin Da Bei, who ordered him to steal the patriarch's head to be sent back to Korea for veneration. Having taken this statement, Prefect Liu reserved judgment and went personally to Cao Si to consult the patriarch's senior disciple Ling Tao as to the adequate sentence to be passed. Ling Tao said, "According to the law of the state, the death sentence should be passed. But as mercy is the keynote of Buddhism, which teaches that kindred and enemies should be treated alike, coupled with the fact that religious veneration is the motive of the crime, the offender may be pardoned." Much impressed, Prefect Liu exclaimed, "Now I begin to realize how liberal and broad-minded the Buddhists are." The prisoner was accordingly set free. Emperor Su Tsong, who wished to do veneration to the patriarch's robe and bowl, sent an ambassador to Cao Si to escort them with due respect to the royal palace. They were kept there until the first day of Yong Tai, when Emperor Dai Tsong had a dream in the night of the 5th day of the 5th moon that the patriarch asked him to return the relics. On the 7th day of the same moon, the following edict addressed to Yang Jian was issued. Whereas His Majesty dreamt that Dhyana Master Hui Neng asked for the restitution of the inherited robe and bowl, Marshal Tsun Guo, Pillar of State, a title of honor, Liu Zhongqing is hereby detailed to convey them with due reverence to Cao Si. These relics are regarded by His Majesty as state valuables, and you are directed to store them properly in Baolin Monastery and give express orders to the bhikkhus who had received personal instructions from the patriarch to exercise special care for their protection so that no loss or breakage may be suffered. Thereafter, the relics were stolen several times, but on each occasion they were recovered before the thief could run away far. Emperor Qianzong conferred on the patriarch the posthumous title Da Jian, the Great Mirror or the Great Seer, and wrote the epigraph Yuan He Ling Zhou, harmonious spirit shines forth divinely for the stupa. Other biographical materials are to be found in the tablets recording the life of the patriarch, written by Chancellor Wang Wei, Prefect Liu Tsung Yuan, Prefect Liu Yuxi, and others, all of the Tang dynasty. The Diamond Sutra, the Heart Sutra, the Sutra of Hui Neng were read by Ratnadia for Dharma audiobooks. For further details of Dharma audiobooks recordings, go to dharmaaudiobooks.com.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.